of the passion, God love everlasting. Keep the law of the land and book in case you're asking. Moving forward to the learning and it's free, cause I know that God know the combo go with Sister E. Love talk Sister E, God work Sister E, charity Sister E, let's talk with Sister E. All different type of information every week. Let me speak. If you subscribe, we going deep. Love talk Sister E, God's work Sister E, charity Sister E, let's talk with Sister E.
Not sure why y'all couldn't hear that. So let me do this. What's going on? What's going on, family? Can y'all hear me? That's the question. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Give me a one if y'all can hear me. Let me know if y'all can hear me. All right. All right. Y'all can hear me. Okay. Hold on. All right. So what's going on, family? What's going on? What's going on? Give me that one. Y'all, I apologize for my tardiness. I went to pick my daughter up today from work, and then the alarms on my car started going off that I had a low tire pressure. I said, maybe it's just it's time for me to, you know how it is when it's time for your oil change. Sometimes they need to pull an airing tire. So I didn't think anything about it until I started noticing that my steering wheel was starting to be, you know how it is, it start kind of swerving over, like it was hard for me uh like um like it was trying, I couldn't manage my steering wheel. So in my head I said, oh, I hope I don't need to get a wheel alignment. And still driving. And then I started hearing that click sound. And I said, wait, hold on. How did I get a flat tire? These are good tires. Lo and behold, a whole nail is in my tire. So with that being said, I had to call AAA. AAA had to come and put the spare on. Called the dealership. I have warranties on my tire, and I advise people if you can't afford it, get a warranty. Get warranties on your tires. So when when you don't want to spend a ton of money on a tire, you already got a warranty. So I have warranties on my tires. So and my rims. And my rims. So if I mess my rim up, I can get a replacement because those rims aren't cheap. So so I got I scheduled appointment with I had an actual nail in my tire. It wasn't the weather, and I thought it was the weather, but it was it was a nail. So yeah, I gotta take it to the dealership for them to take it and go in and replace the tire. So I can't take it until Monday. So that's fine. So I'll be on a spare this weekend, meaning I am not gonna be driving. So let me see. I'm gonna play. I want y'all to see if y'all have not seen the recap from the event. I'm gonna play it from my channel. You probably can hear it better there. All right, so I'm gonna share my screen and then we can get started with the live talking about what's going on. Yep, I'm on a donut. I'm on a donut. Am I driving the top of the line Mercedes? No, I do not have the top of the line Mercedes. Um that's funny. He said, "Do you drive top of the line?" Yeah. No, I don't. I wish I did. Hold on. This is pictures from the event. So I'm gonna play this. I don't think that was Sister Betty. Somebody said I hear Sister Betty loud and clear because she has a distinct. I think that was Carlos, Apostle Carlos, or or Ema Carlos, with the Hebrew way, because she has a distinct voice, so she kind of sounds like Betty just a little bit. But I know what part you're talking about, but I think that was her. Even though Betty was there, she didn't speak to me. I don't think she too much care for people. But thanks, that's all right. I'm just joking, y'all. But but I but yeah, I wanted to show the video. It was an amazing, and I was joking y'all about that. I was so busy, I didn't get a chance to speak to some people. But it was an amazing event. So I kind of want to do pictures. So all of us are kind of doing our own little like intros or doing our own little snippets. So make sure y'all check everybody out. Shout out to Benaya. Benaya put in a lot of work. I would say the rest of us was helping, but he was leading the charge. He did an amazing job with finding a facility for the event in Charleston. So we are, from what I'm hearing through the grapevine, talking to him and a couple other people, Pastor Kelly and all of us, we are possibly going to have another event. So just make sure y'all are, preparing. It's going to be during probably spring when we do it. It won't be anything like within the next month or two. It'll be give us enough time to plan and then give everybody else enough time to save. But we are whatever if and when I really think we are from what I'm looking at, it looks like we are going to do something, another event. So if we do another event, we'll give everybody enough window or enough time to get their money saved so that they can, be able to make it to the event and be able to, be able to get plane tickets and stuff. So I say get you some buddies. It's plenty of us in here, buddy with some of y'all. Some of y'all may know each other face to face. If you do, go ahead and buddy, so y'all can get hotels together. So, but we'll keep everybody posted on that to see where what that'll look like. We got a lot of people that have been reaching out to a lot of us, and they talked about how awesome the event was, and they enjoyed it. And y'all really, when we planned it, we did not expect it to be like it was. It was and all the people coming in, and the whole vibe was just, oh my goodness, y'all, it was electrifying. I can't even put words to it. um People were being saved, delivered, set free. It was so much going on. So but we have one plan, and what we learned is you will have one plan and Yah has another. And just make sure you in one accord with what his desire is. um let's get started, y'all. So it is very interesting to me, what I've noticed with what's going on with this war. um Crazy thing is you'll find more information on YouTube than you do on mainstream. Um I'm not yawning. I don't think I am. Now you gonna make me yawn. Somebody said stop yawning. I didn't think I was yawning, but maybe I have. So what's the next event? I'll keep y'all posted. I don't know yet. I'm just throwing it out there. But back to the subject at hand. Um Mainstream media is not talking about this. They talk about everything else but this. I think mainstream news is doing a piss poor job now of capturing what's important. They too busy hanging on Trump's coattail that they do not want to talk about right now. Putin has his finger on the button as we speak. This dude is not playing. And what's going on is the US and NATO and the UK, they doing the most to make it, calling his bluff. And Putin, I don't think he's a man that you want to call his bluff. So with that being said, he is if he hasn't already, well, he hadn't already, because if he would have nuked them by now, we would have all known. Yeah, the new hypersonic missiles. He's talking about, I mean, taking um he about that business, and he's not gonna play with them. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get started with playing some of these videos, and then we'll talk about it a little bit more. And then I'll drop the link later for people who want to join in and be engaged in the conversation. Y'all know me. I'll say this much: everybody be decent and in order when you come up here. Say it again for the back room. Everybody decent and in order. So right now we're in a situation where we're at risk with going into World War III. And I believe we're already there, but media does not want to tell us that because it will take us into mass hysteria. People will go into straight hysteria if we say that if they say mainstream media said that we are about to go to war. But Putin declared that the UK war is a global war and it's driven by NATO. So Putin is like, y'all play if y'all want to. I know who's doing what, and he's not gonna stand down. So I'm gonna play a couple of videos. Let me see. Okay, good. I got it muted out so people can't hear. Um, so let me do this really quick before I play this video. Let me get my phone. and do my fair use. I thought I had my phone in here. Let me get my phone real quick. Hold on. And do the fair use disclaimer. Hey, y'all, get people in here. Share. Subscribe. Like. Get people. Get your friends to come in here. Hey, Riri, you coming in with me, baby boy? Come on, you coming? You staying with me? I'm trying to. If you coming, come on in. I'm sorry, y'all. Rio is indecisive right now. He doesn't know if he want to come in the room with me or if he wants to stay in the living room. All right. So you decided to come in here with me. All right. Say hello to the people. All right. I'm sorry, y'all, for coughing. But I'm getting ready to do my disclaimer and then we can get it started. Let's see. Disclaimer. Where is it? It's in my favorites. Hold on. Here we go. I gotta realize how strong this mic is. Oh, I'm so sorry. My sweet dog just passed away. So sad. I am so sorry. Oh, my heart goes out to you. Oh man. I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay, so copyright disclaimer under section 107. Let me say it again. Copyright disclaimer under section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, new reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Fair use. So everything I'm getting ready to play, everyone, is for education and research purposes only. Education and research purposes only. Fair use. All right, let me share my screen and we can get started. Rio. Oh my goodness.
Against targets deep inside Russia now by firing a new kind of medium-range ballistic missile into Ukrainian territory. Putin is calling the move a warning to the West. Comes after President Biden this week authorized the use of U.S.-made long-range missiles for Ukraine to strike inside Russia's Kursk region for the first time. General Jack Keane points out that Putin's specialty is combining just this kind of kinetic action with psychological warfare. Listen.
He's forced the Biden administration never to give the Ukrainians what they wanted when they wanted it. And it protracted the war. So Putin keeps coming. And that's what this is all about. Russia fully intends, after the Ukraine is finished with, to expand into Europe. And all the European nations know that.
Well, senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott's tracking the latest developments. Greg, what can you tell us this morning?
Jillian, just over 1,000 days into this war, and it's getting riskier all the time. More shockwaves from yesterday's strike by a brand new kind of Russian intermediate-range super-fast missile. It caused some damage and casualties in the Ukrainian city of Dnipro, but also carried with it a big message. Just days after the U.S. and the UKAS allowed the use of its longer-range missiles inside the territory of Russia, Moscow basically saying anything you can do, we will do, with an even bigger punch. Russian President Putin on TV last night saying in the event of an escalation of aggressive actions, he will respond decisively and reciprocally. The spokesman adding today the actions by the U.S. and its allies were reckless, noting Russia had demonstrated its capabilities and could do more. An indication of the nervousness. For the first time since the war started, a session of Ukraine's parliament was canceled due to fears of another attack. Yesterday's Russian missile carried conventional warheads, but could be nuclear armed. Yet another message. I remember earlier this week, the U.S. embassy in Kyiv was shut down out of security concerns. Diplomatic voices around the world speaking out today. The prime minister of neighboring Poland said the threat of a global conflict is serious and real. China, of all countries, calling for calm and restraint. And Jillian, as for North Korea, which has been adding to all the tensions by sending some of its troops to fight alongside the Russians, said the U.S. is stoking tensions and they warned of a nuclear war. A lot of talk and some very dangerous actions. Back to you.
Look at Beijing weighing in there. Got to leave it there. Greg, thanks so much. John.
All right, so let's dig deeper on this now. General Keith Kellogg's a former national security advisor in Fox.
My thing is this. I think with the, and they keep poking at bear, and that bear is Putin. Putin is not, he doesn't issue vain threats. Like I would say, Xi Jinping, what happened is I mispronounced his name, the president of North Korea. You remember back in the day, he was making those threats of nuclear warheads, and he really didn't fulfill that promise. That's a difference, though. Putin is not one. I don't think he's one to scare easy. One, he's not one to scare easy. Two, he is one that has been very patient. And he told U.S. stay out of this. This is a war between him and the Ukraine. And now the U.S. with the UK and a couple other countries that's under NATO, or just all of NATO, which is the European Union, have decided to team up with Ukraine to come after Russia. And Russia is not afraid at all. So I'm wondering how this escalation will proceed after this. Because an escalation is coming. This is going to escalate, and it's going to escalate quick if they don't get their hands around it. But I don't think they're going to stop. And I really, really feel it's only a matter of time. So let me finish playing this video.
News contributor. It's been a minute, General. Welcome back to the campaign trail.
Good to be back.
So Ukraine's ex-top general says World War III has begun. I'm sure that he would like the world to believe that so that the Allies throw in with Ukraine. But do you really see it that way?
No, I don't think World War III has begun, but we're right on the precipice. I mean, it's right there. And what I mean by that is when you look at what's happening, look at the alliance. What President Trump kept apart, he had North Korea over here, he had China over here, he had Iran here, and he had Russia over here. And what you've seen them now is they've all joined. You've got an axis together, and they're feeding off one another. Just in June, Russia signed a self-defense pact with North Koreans. So now, for the first time in its history, North Korea has exported fighters into Russia. Between 10 to 30,000 North Koreans are now fighting. You're seeing a use of an intermediate range ballistic missile that can be nuclear tipped, being shot at Dnipro, a city of around 900,000. So you're seeing this thing starting to build. And that, I think, internationally is going to be President Trump's biggest thing he's going to have to solve, which is the fight there in Ukraine and Russia, which happens to be the largest land war in Europe since the end of World War II. Yeah. So it's massive. So, and John, you know this, a simple spark can spin things right out of control. And without even trying out there. And
you assassinate one archduke and suddenly.
Yep, absolutely.
Good, touche. General, talk to us about this new sort of sophisticated weapon that Putin is now. He launched some kind of medium-range ballistic missiles with a lot of warheads on it into Ukraine. Can you talk to us in layman's terms what it does and how alarmed people should be about it?
It's an intermediate-range ballistic missile based off range, and it's got MIRVs on it, multiple independent reentry vehicles, so more than one warhead. It can
Meaning
be
they can split up and hit a whole lot of targets.
They will break off and hit multiple targets. And again, it can be nuclear tipped. But they only used one, and it's basically a class of what they call truck-mounted intermediate-range ballistic missiles that they've got there. He's used it for psychological reasons, and Jack Keane made a great comment on that. He didn't use it because it was militarily effective, because it hit a city, not very much damage there at all. But he's kind of saying to the West, well, see what I can do. And this is one where people have backed off. President Biden's backed off. When the minute he said IRBM, ICBM, nuclear war, we said, oh my gosh, we can't go there. That's when you need to lean in, because he meaning Putin, he will not start a nuclear war in Europe. And you'd remind him, let me make sure you understand, the Brits have nuclear weapons, the French have nuclear weapons, we've got nuclear weapons, don't go there. And we haven't really said that to him. So it's kind of a psychological play. And I think Jack Keene's got it right. So he's kind of upped the ante in weaponry, just like Zelensky upped the ante when he went into the Kursk region with the long-range missiles. He attacked them.
So everybody's wondering why Biden suddenly gave permission to Ukraine to launch these ATACMS deeper into Russian territory. Karine Jean-Pierre was asked about that yesterday at the briefing and gave a typical answer. Listen here.
This was me, struggling to keep up with posting consistently on YouTube and getting less views than normal until I found Spot.
For a long time, the White House argued that using these long-range tactical missiles into Russia to attack targets inside Russia would escalate the war, would really invite retaliation. Why change the policy now?
I'm just not going to get into specific about Ukraine's operations. Not something that I'm going to do today. But I want to be really clear.
I guess I'm asking about the specifics of the White House's decision to change policy.
I'm just telling you that I'm not going to get into specifics from here from the podium.
Yeah, so that's what we're kind of gotten used to, saying nothing about everything. But why now? I mean, he's left this pile of dog, you know what, on Trump's doorstep.
You know, John, here's what I'm really hoping. I'm hoping that Jake Sullivan talked to Michael Waltz, who's the incoming National Security Advisor, or President Biden has talked to President Trump and said, here's what I'm going to do. I'm really hoping that happens, because what he has done, Biden, through his action, he's actually given President Trump more leverage.
Really?
Because now he can pull back, he can go left, he can go right, he can do something. And I think what he did is he basically said, well, this is what I want to do. And I'm hoping there's something to this. I don't know, but it does give the President Trump more ability to pivot from that.
Oh, that's interesting. All right.
Just one quick question before we let you go. We have like 5 seconds, General. But so you're not buying the White House's, the Biden administration's justification that they approved these new long-range weapons because of the North Koreans on the ground inside Ukraine?
It sounds good, but Jillian, what I'm really hoping is there was another reason to it, which gives leverage to President Trump. Maybe that may be a good reason to do it. Look, they should have been doing this a year ago, but they've basically pulled back. You don't fight a war allowing other countries to have sanctuaries. If you're going to fight a war, you fight a war. And we've basically pulled back on letting Zelensky fight a war that he should have been fighting a long time ago. I know the casualties are horrific.
Yeah, of course.
But the advantages that he had this last summer are not there anymore. He meeting Zelensky.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, we haven't heard from Trump on the use of the attack.
And I think it's real. My thoughts to that are it's very smart.
Okay.
Hold fire.
All right. Good. General, great to see you back.
Great to see you, sir.
Thanks for having
See
joining us.
more of you in the future.
Fair enough. The interesting part is he did say it was a lot of casualties. I think he meant it was a lot of casualties on Zelensky's side. But I think they are underestimating again Putin, and that's what vibe I'm getting. But they really, 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 I think what I got from this, they're concerned that Biden is actually starting it, and they're trying to see where Trump is going to take it. I believe because Trump is somewhat of a little crazy, he'll escalate it quickly as well. So yeah, this is good. This right here is going to be very interesting to see. I'm gonna drop the link and I'm gonna let some people get on. I will say this much: you are more than welcome to come up here and provide your view. Be respectful. Stay on subject. Let me say it again. Stay on subject. We're not talking about the millennial kingdom. We're not talking about the three witnesses. We're talking about the subject at hand is World War III ramping up. So I'm gonna drop this link. Saints, stay on subject. Please stay on subject. If you do not, I'm gonna kick you off. I hate to say it. So right now they said that Russia is threatening to hit U.S. bases in Poland. So there are a lot of things transpiring right now. Let me go and look at the CNN. I have the CNN article. Yeah. So bear with me. I'm trying to muster everything together. Plus running. To get here. So I do that, I'm gonna play this real quick, and then we'll talk about this part right here. And y'all, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get it all together. You know what? Before we go here, it says I don't think Putin will do anything until Trump is in office. He's smart. He knows what American politics is doing. I think that if he was to make a move, I think he would make a move now. I think you're in the middle of changing guards, and the best way to catch a country off guard is when they're exchanging powers, and we're in the middle of exchanging powers. We're going from one president to the next. There's a little bit of instability there because you got one president who's leaving that don't really care. He don't even know his own name right now, y'all, being honest. Then you have another president come in that's a little bit of he's very erratic, and he's a little concerning, but it is what it is. I'm not too concerned, but we all know that he's very erratic. We already know Trump is a psychopath sometimes, but hey, I enjoy him. He's funny to me. I laugh every single time, but I think he's not gonna make vain promises. So with that being said, if Putin was to make a move, this would be the time that he would make a move with the change of guards. Think about, for instance, like the best time to catch anybody is when they're changing like shifts, changing teams, because there are situations where that person, like I said, the person coming out is less eager to make sure they clean up their mess, and they pretty much in their mindset they trying to close up shop so they can be able to end it. And you got the new one coming in who's not quite there yet and don't know what to do or what to expect. So this is a very tender moment when it comes to this particular season. And then you have NATO in the midst of all of this. So it's I can't cuss, but it's a something storm. I can't finish that off. Y'all know I'm trying to quit cussing. So let me play this other video for you. In this one, this came out in, let me see. That says ex-Ukraine general makes grim declaration World War III has begun. So I'm going to share this. Fair use. This video is being played for education and research purposes only. Fair use.
Fox News alert now, the former commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian army making the grim declaration World War III has officially begun as the country faces pressure from North Korea and Iran. Now Russia retaliating with new ballistic missiles after Biden gave Ukraine the green light to fire long-range attack missiles into Russia, and the UK gave their green light with their Storm Shadows. So let's bring retired four-star General Jack Keane. So you see the response from Putin, an experimental intermediate-range missile. Why do you think Putin fired back like that? What's he worried about, General?
Yeah, well, first of all, Putin is really a master of psychological warfare, and in the Soviet Union and Russian playbooks, it always has been a major part of their conducting, kinetic warfare, and he's really quite good at it. I mean, look at it. He's forced the Biden administration never to give the Ukrainians what they wanted when they wanted it, and it protracted the war. So Putin keeps coming, and that's what this is all about. He wants to stop the use of ATACMS into Russia because he knows full well it already has. That can have some pretty significant impact, and certainly that's where he is, and that's what he's trying to get inside of Biden's head here and the Europeans' head. I think he cares less about Zelensky because he knows that Biden controls the switch here, and that's the reality of it. So in my mind, this is an experimental missile. I doubt they have any arsenal of it because it is experimental. They don't have much of it. And he's trying to use this as much leverage as he can to change the behavior of the United States and also Zelensky.
He says the missile goes 2.5 miles per second. The world's current air defense cannot stop it, according to what we have. So that's the message he sent. So the former military commander in Ukraine writes this. Soldiers from North Korea are standing in front of Ukraine. Let's be honest. The Iranian Shahidi missiles are killing civilians, drones. It is obvious that Ukraine already has too many enemies. Why not say this is a world war? You feel like this is a world war beginning?
Well, I have some empathy for Zelensky, by the way, and for our audience. You know, he used to be the chief of staff of all the forces in Ukraine. And he's highly respected. But, you know, you're sitting where he is, you can understand his feelings about this. I mean, he's fighting Russia, and now another nation state has come into the war to assist in the overthrow of Ukraine. And to truth be known, all the escalation talk has all been about the United States giving the green light to Ukraine to use ATACMS and moving in mines. The real escalation is there's another nation fighting on the ground inside of Ukraine, inside of Russia, attempting to push the Ukrainian forces out of it. That's significant. He looks in the Middle East and he sees Russia's ally also, who started a war there, Iran, and Iran is a tangible provider of assistance. So from his perspective, that indeed may be the case. From our perspective, no. But I do believe we are in a pre-war era. I've said that many times. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are seriously cooperating together, and they clearly want to change the United States leadership in the world with like-minded democracies. That's why they've been so aggressive and so assertive these last three or 4 years. And German intelligence actually publicized recently. I was amazed that they put this in a public domain, and I was gratified that they do. And I suspect our intelligence agencies feel much the same, but I have no knowledge of that. The reality is that they said that Russia fully intends, after the Ukraine is finished with, to expand into Europe. And all the European nations know that. And certainly I think our country knows that. I know that as well. So yes, we're in a pre-war era. There's already two wars in our geographical key areas, the Middle East and Europe, and President Xi is threatening war, obviously, in the Indo-Pacific region. The incoming administration, given President Trump's strong views in the past and what he has done to confront adversaries, I believe all of these adversaries are reassessing as a result of the election that took place in the United States. And then I believe when President Trump comes forward and his team, and they can begin with policy formulation, that will be another moment for them to see if they have to change the path, the very aggressive path that they're on.
Right. They actually have that intent. I think you think the Russians have that intent, even if they don't have the army right now to do it. That's their goal. General Jack Keane, thanks so much. Appreciate it. And pick up the Institute Study of War. Get it daily, sometimes twice a day, in order to keep up with all the hot spots in the country. Thanks so much, General. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you and the team, too. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
Ukraine even realizes a war is at the brinks. So another video popped up that U.S. is planning to strike U.S. bases in Poland. I don't think that's happening yet. Has anybody heard of anything happening yet with Russia striking the U.S. bases in Poland? I know it's a threat out there to do that, but I'm not sure if that happens. I think if they do that, it's going to be to the extent of, like they did with Pearl Harbor, that they're going to have to, the U.S. is going to have to respond. If Russia strikes those U.S. bases within Poland and the U.S. does not respond, that will make U.S. look like the U.S. Look weak. And that's something that they don't want to look like is weak. So here's another video. Let me see, playlist. And this is the video talking about, this is another news report talking about the striking of the U.S. bases. Now, keep in mind, a lot of these are threats that have not transpired, but if any of them were to transpire, if it be a nuclear attack on Ukraine or any type of attack on these U.S. bases by Russia, this is going to lead, plus within Poland, and Poland, I think, is a part of NATO. They are a part of NATO. This is going to escalate quickly because it's a direct attack on the U.S. So I'm wondering how this is going to. So I'm going to say fair use. This video is being played for education and research purposes only. So let me share really quick. Are y'all enjoying this? So I'm not showing too much videos. I'm just showing what's going on and what everybody's reporting. The weird thing again is the mainstream media is weird right now. They're not talking about any of this. They're talking about Trump's cabinet. I mean, which is something we would need to talk about. But right now, we have a full-fledged threat that is pretty much putting the U.S. on guard right now. So let me go ahead and play this video.
But first, we begin here. The White House warns that escalation is coming at every turn from Russia as Moscow sends a dangerous new warning to Western countries. Ukraine. A Russian spokesperson now threatens that a U.S. anti-missile base in Poland is a, quote, priority target. This after Russia fires a missile capable of holding a nuclear warhead into Ukraine for the first time in this war. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas and FBI Director Christopher Wray skipped a Senate Global Threats hearing yesterday, saying they would prefer a classified briefing instead. News Nation's Tom Dempsey has the latest from Washington this morning. Tom, Russia is turning up the heat here. So what more do we know about their escalating threats?
Hey, good morning, Marky. This actually marked the first time ever in war Russian forces used this experimental and intermediate range missile to target a city in Ukraine. And footage actually captured the moments of this missile raining down on this city in Ukraine. It targeted a Ukrainian military facility in the city of Dnipro. This is a missile capable of carrying a nuclear warhead. The Russian President Vladimir Putin saying it can travel at 10 times the speed of sound and can be fitted with multiple warheads, including nuclear ones that can hit multiple targets. Russia saying it warned the United States 30 minutes before launching this missile. But Putin saying this new missile could be used to attack any Ukrainian ally whose missiles are used to attack Russia. And of course, this comes after Ukraine used American, French, and British missiles to strike military targets inside Russia for the first time ever starting this week. New reports say in one of those strikes with those Western missiles, Ukraine wounded a senior North Korean general who was serving in Russia. And this morning, a new U.S. missile base in Poland is facing threats from Russia, with a Russian spokesperson saying it's a priority target for potential neutralization in case of all-out war. Now, no nuclear weapons are stationed at this U.S. base, according to Polish military leaders. Its purpose is supposed to be a defensive and is focused on taking out short to intermediate range missiles, just like the one Russia just tested. It's not clear how many troops are based there, but there are about 10,000 U.S. soldiers stationed in Poland. You get a sense of this war escalating even more this morning, Marky. Russian President Vladimir Putin blaming the United States for escalating the war, but President Biden repeating statements he's made over the past few months and years, for that matter, with this conflict, saying that if Russia were to pull their troops out of Ukraine, that would mean the end of the war. Marky?
Yeah, and then on the same day that Russia launches this missile, you have Mayorkas and Wray, who are no-shows. So what more do we know about the controversy from the House Homeland Security hearing, Tom?
Yeah, it can be rare for Republicans and Democrats to agree and show the same emotion, but we saw outrage from both sides of the aisle when the Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas and FBI Director Christopher Wray didn't show up for this annual hearing detailing threats to national security here in the United States. Again, this is an annual hearing that's held at the Capitol with some of the top leaders in defense. The committee says it's the first time In at least 15 years, the agency heads have refused to appear publicly for the annual hearing. And this annual hearing in the Senate focuses, like I said, on foreign and domestic threats. Both the FBI and Department of Homeland Security released similar statements, with the FBI writing, quote, FBI leaders believe the committee would benefit most from further discussions and additional information that could only be provided in a classified setting. That was their take on all this, saying that this should be a classified meeting. But again, Democrats, like the chairman of the Senate Homeland Security Committee, saying that Americans deserve transparency and knowing more information about these threats, while Republican Senator Rick Scott of Florida called the two defense leaders cowards for not showing up, Marky.
Yeah, I'll be asking former Governor Mike Huckabee about the no-show later. A lot of questions coming his way on yesterday's hearing, too. Tom Dempsey from D.C., thank you so much.
Let me tell y'all something. Them folks ain't showed up not because they cowards. They showed up because, they look cowards. But they didn't show up because they got a whole nother conversation to have. They got a whole nother briefing they had to go to. They cannot go to that one because they got to sit down and go figure out what's going to happen if Putin fulfills his promise. Unlike most countries, Putin actually has the ability to start a war, and they know it, and they can't ignore that. I would say that much. They can't ignore it. It's the threat is in the air. The threat is there. The threat is like, okay, you want to help Ukraine? That's fine. I'm coming for you. And again, if they bomb a U.S. base, and the thing is, did y'all see how fast that bomb? I said, what, 10 times the speed of sound? Did he say sound? 10 times the speed of sound. Hot sauce, every single time you say something ain't gonna happen, it happens. Shh, be quiet. I'm just joking. But at the speed of sound, did y'all realize how fast that is? Oh, here we go. Let me get Wiggins on you. Hot sauce coming up here. Let me call Wiggins. Who want to come up here and fight with Hot sauce? I'm not going to fight with him.
No, I'm not trying to fight. I'm not trying to fight. I just want to say, the reason why Putin, I don't think is going to do that, because I know that Trump is scheduled to sit down and talk with him in the upcoming weeks, right? Trump already said that he wants to de-escalate it. He already refused Ukraine to come into NATO, right? Because that was the whole point of the whole war anyway. So Trump said, okay, we're going to refuse them to get out of NATO, and Trump wants to do business with Putin.
The only problem I see with that is we understand Putin and Trump's relationship. That's one thing.
Yeah.
But right now you have another sitting president, which is Biden, who is he is helping Ukraine come at him, far as constantly bombing him. So I think if Putin was to make a move like that, it wouldn't be a move like, I'm coming after Ukraine. I think Putin would make a move where he doesn't have a choice but to. Because if Ukraine keeps bombing them or bombing inside of Russia, Russia is going to respond. I don't see him.
I think U.S. is going to end up bombing Ukraine.
You said what?
U.S. is going to end up bombing Ukraine.
Wait a minute. Hold on. That doesn't make sense. How is U.S. is going to bomb Ukraine?
Because
allies.
Well, we're not allies, right? Because they're not part of NATO, so we're not official allies. But Trump already said that he doesn't want this to happen. Zelensky.
So wait, hold on. Which presidency is gonna? I'm confused, and help me understand.
So this is what I'm saying, right? Trump already requested to sit down with Zelensky and Putin. Trump doesn't want this, and he want to create a no-war zone buffer, and Trump already refused Ukraine into NATO. So if they keep pushing, so now Zelensky is pushing the envelope, because no one in the U.S., the Trump administration doesn't want this. So Zelensky is going to keep pushing the envelope. So what are you going to do? Are you going to what are you going to do, right? Because you don't want to fight. You don't want to fight Russia. Russia doesn't want to fight us. Nobody wants that fight. So what do? You get the little guy in line, and the little guy is Ukraine. So you get him in line. So maybe it's not going to be a bombing, but the U.S. will do something to get Ukraine back in line under the Trump administration.
Key term Trump. Now I can see. I'm not gonna say I could see, but Trump is a little erratic. The only thing is, Zelensky knows once Trump gets in office, he's gonna have to chill out.
Right.
And all that excess money that he's getting from the U.S. to be able to fund his war is going to
gone. Yeah,
so the best way to approach that is I'm going to bomb the hell out of you. While the president that is in the seat now, which is Biden, is willing to pay for the ticket. I'm going to go ahead and do everything I can because I know once Trump comes in, it's going to have to stop.
But it's not. But the thing about it is,
let me
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So the only issue with that is, yes, I understand Trump is going to meet with them, but this was talked about weeks ago when Trump first got in office. Since then, Ukraine has proceeded to continually bomb Russia with U.S. missiles.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, Zelensky is not trying to pull back for the sake of the conversation with him and Trump. So what's gonna happen is I really believe Russia is just really like trying to chill. Like, okay, we don't have to do this. We can sit down. Once Trump get in office, we can sit down. Why he's saying that Zelensky is constantly hitting them. You think
right.
And let that happen? No. If anything, Putin is going to respond before Trump steps into the office because he's not going to be able, he's gonna have to, because Zelensky won't stop.
Well, I don't think he has to because Zelensky doesn't really have weapons like that to really harm Russia. And Trump, we have less than 60 days, and this is just not sustainable. Why? I mean, because no matter what, weapons and funding are gone in the next 60 days for Ukraine, right? It's gone, right? So you're attacking Russia for what? You can't keep.
But
you
it's
can't
not
keep
just it's not just U.S. supplying bombs to everybody say hey, but it's not just U.S. supplying bombs. You got all of NATO because understand that Russia is not just at war with the U.S. He's at war with NATO. So I'm gonna let you finish. I'll be quiet. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish.
Once U.S. stop, everybody else stops in NATO. Once U.S. stops, everybody else stops. And I'm telling you, Ukraine is actually going to push U.S. to retaliate against Ukraine in some way, whether they remove him as presidency or something. They're forcing the hand of the U.S. to do something in retaliation. Because again, Ukraine is not in NATO, right?
Even though they're not officially a part of NATO, they are still a partner. And this is why you have the situation like U.S. is funding and sending Ukraine money to fight this war. How is it that and this is so funny. Anybody that want to jump in, come on and jump in. I dropped the link, but and it's pinned at the top of the chat if you want to join in. How is it that he's going? I don't see that. I don't see how the U.S. is going to bomb I want to say their sister country. I'll say it like that, which is Ukraine. And because
they're not.
But yes, they are. Yes, they are because they're sending them billions upon billions of dollars, plus sending them missiles so that they can fight the war against Russia. Ukraine ain't getting these missiles on its own. Ukraine can't even afford their own war. If anything, the U.S. is funding the war through Ukraine.
The Biden administration wants war. The Trump administration doesn't want war. It's not that Ukraine is a sister country. It's just the administrator's agenda. Trump is not a warmongering president. He's just not, right? So Biden, Harris, they're like, okay, yeah, we'll supply you whatever because at the end of the day, quote unquote, we want to spread democracy, whatever. Even the generals' recommendation. I mean, and this was played on Binya Israel. Even the general recommendation was like, we don't want to fight Russia and we don't want to fight Iran. We do not want to fight these two countries. So, what do? There's no upside in fighting Russia. There's no upside in fighting Iran. And again, Ukraine is not a sister country, and the Trump administration is not adverse to Russia. That is the Biden's administration. And Putin is not adverse to a Trump administration. It doesn't make sense to fight. And I rest my case there. It doesn't make sense to fight. It makes better sense to attack Ukraine because there's going to be less damage there than to fight Russia.
This is interesting. I got Eric up here and I got Don P up here. Anybody else want to join? They more than welcome. So, what are y'all's thoughts on Hot Sauce's analysis of the situation? And y'all ignore Rio over here playing with Madison, so he's making a bunch of growling noises and he's playing. So ignore him. But yeah, anybody want to add anything? What's up, Eric? What's going on, Don P?
Shalom, 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 Sister E. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. This is I think your second time up here. So welcome.
Well, it's my first actually.
It's your first. Okay.
Try, but it didn't go through. So
okay.
But anyway, big respect to you and the chat and the panel. Somebody said Hot Sauce is dumb. Hot Sauce is not dumb. He's very smart Hebrew. And if you think he's dumb for what he say, you're gonna think I'm even dumber. But that's all right. I got thick skin. I think Russia don't bluff, first of all. Russia don't bluff. But I think imminent is gonna be, you ready for this? When Russia gives a warning to the African American community to leave the United States. I hear crickets. You want to know why you hear crickets? Because it sounds bizarre, right? But I believe Russia is one of the four carpenters.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. I agree. I do.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think Russia cares. I don't think that he's all in love with black folks, but I think the Most High has put something on his heart to try to do what black folks really want, especially in Africa, want to do for themselves. He's been warning Africa to stand up for themselves for the longest.
Remember Cyrus?
You know, when when Russia issues a warning for the United States to either get out or get somewhere safe, he's dropping that bomb. He's sending that missile. That's what I believe. Nobody has to agree with me, and I don't even have to be right. But that's what I believe is going to take place.
He actually sent a warning before. Actually, he went to this church and he went to the church and there's a Russian song about African Americans waking up to who they are. He sent a warning before. Actually, he actually did. He sent a warning before.
Well, we can speculate on that because a lot of false flags go up, but the reality is when it really officially comes from the Kremlin, if it does, and I tend to believe with you that Putin is the type of guy that he'll send up a flag. He'll send up a flag to let us know, hey, y'all got to go. But I think it's gonna be, I think it's gonna be a greater overture. I think it's gonna be a greater overture. I really do, based on the patterns that I've seen over the last year in terms of Russia and how congenial they have been. I really think that, and especially as I'm trying to dip myself into the forays of international politics, and as it relates to the diaspora, I really think that may come. However, you have to balance that against his contingency. And so this government has put us in a very precarious situation in terms of the aggravation of that country and the continual defiance. It's almost like spitting in your face, and it's like I'm trying to maintain my posture before I really just rip into your ass. And that's been a lot of Putin's posture. And I think, yes, he is trying to hold on. He's listening to what Trump's camp is saying, because they don't want to do. You've already seen what they can do, and that had zero payloads.
Yeah.
Zero payloads of material. So he's telling you, listen, this are intermediates. These aren't even intercontinental. Our intercontinentals can reach the spaces at the same rate as our intermediates. We are not to be played with. Y'all got y'all peoples tripping and under delusion and twerking for Thanksgiving and Black Friday.
Yeah.
And he is not, hey Yakoba, he's not playing. This is real. I wish I was gone. See, I've been dealing with this all day, because it's like, okay, did I miss it, Father? Did I miss it? Was I disobedient? Did I not leave before? But you just told me, and I was trying to get it together. I'm trying to go to Burkina Faso. I'm not trying to go to Tanzania. Everybody leaving Tanzania. You know, I'm spazzing on that. And if y'all don't, you know, because sometimes, you know, when you see it in the chat, you don't know my background as well as political science, international affairs, and public affairs and administration. So I take this government stuff very seriously, because I actually was looking at pivoting off of that and going into the CIA, because that's usually where they recruit from, is the poli-sci divisions from universities. So, but the Most High keeps me from everything that would corrupt me, like that, and also entertainment industry. Oh man, I was in deep in the West Coast, deep into that. But the Most High kept me out because, well, we already see the fruits of everything, politics and entertainment. It's just like, I don't want you spoiled. So I'm gonna land it there.
And sister, I just want to say something before we move on. I have always been right. Not one thing I've said that wouldn't happen.
That's hella arrogant.
I have always been
arrogant. I've always been right. Wow.
When?
That's
listen.
arrogant. That's arrogant.
Whatever.
Yeah, because I told you Trump,
Can you separate us on the thing, so when the lightning comes down and strikes the board, only hot sauce?
I know how to get hot sauce in check. I'm finna call Santonio and tell Santonio.
I just been right. And I'm gonna say this one last thing. Look, man, y'all don't have to worry about we leave with great riches, right? So when you get your reparations, that's when you need to start worrying, right? Until that time, chill out.
Y'all are hilarious. Hot sauce, you can hang up here because I know you're not done. So
I'm done.
But go ahead. What's up, Yakoba? What you got to bring?
What's up, Sister E?
Hello, brother. Yakoba.
What's up, fam? What's up, Eric? How's it going?
Shalom.
What's going on?
What's Don Ben Yehuda? What's up? What's
Yakoba.
up? What's up, my brother? What's up, Hot Sauce?
You a rock star in the house.
Shalom, Yakoba, shalom.
So I was just listening to what is it, True News with Rick Wiles. And, you know, he said the exact same thing I've been saying. He says, you know, it's going to be funny. He says, I think what Putin is going to do, he's going to allow us to leave. He's going to give us a warning first. And if you look at the recent news at the New York Post, you know, that's what he did with the Ukrainians. And he, even for this second attack that he's going to do when he punished them for these shadow missiles, he says that he plans on giving them a warning before so they can evacuate so the civilians won't get injured. So if that's how he's moving with Ukraine, then it's possible he's going to move that way with us and give us time to leave, which is in fulfillment of Jeremiah 50, which people gave me heat on, that we're going to flee. I'm just saying. And the other thing is, I think a lot of times we assume that we understand scripture fully. That's why the Bible says we see through a glass darkly. We make assumptions about things, and we're waiting for certain things, which may never come because we misunderstood the scriptures. So,
I think now this is I always think you're on point. I now, and this is my word. I never heard anything about him giving warning, but I heard Hot Sauce say he did it, and now I'm hearing Yakoba say he gave some kind of warning. I've never heard that. That's what I believe the Most High dropped in my spirit. So that's in the mouth of two witnesses. So when you hear anything to that effect, you best believe Putin dropping that bomb.
Well, I think that he did. I think he actually did
He definitely did.
because that's the kind of leader that he is. I also think that
well, because one of the things
I think he's in tune. Whether those autographies or whatever they're called, whether those are in line and those videos are in line, because we've seen a lot of stuff with those videos and stuff like that, and it's not something new. So like I've been to Russia 5 times, and I've been to the Ukraine once, and you know, Kiev is a lot different than Moscow. Okay. And the only place I ever had a problem was in Kiev in terms of just, you know, being out in public and moving around.
you mean them Nazis got on you?
Then we also, and he didn't know, he with his drunk self, he didn't know I was ready for him because, you know, my background, brother, an ID card is a weapon for me, or a credit card is a weapon for me. So,
but I wanted to say something real quick if I could.
The thing about it is this: we also look in history. Who's been kind to us? It's been the Russians.
Yeah, during the civil rights,
extended them, you know, extended a hand to the black man, which the black man is only qualified as the American. So he's been the only one who's extended a hand to the black man on equal footing with everyone else. Went after our people, quote unquote, saved the world from Hitler, but I think that's kind of a mistake. And when you look at the full picture, that's another story. They were the only ones to offer us something on equal footing, while America was still saying, "No, nigga, you still 3/5." And we're still 3/5. Look at look at lending, look at everything. Everything says we're still 3/5 equal to them. I land there.
Yeah, Russia will definitely warn. I mean, because even with the whole Ukraine situation, all the embassies told their people to leave. Like China told their citizens to leave Ukraine like a month beforehand, and that was one of the controversies was that the Ghanaian embassy couldn't afford to send their citizens back home, and so they had to walk to neighboring countries, and neighboring countries, a lot of them would keep them stuck at the border because they didn't want African citizens in their country, right? So Russia told all the embassies to say, "Yo, we're gonna hit Ukraine at such and such time," right? But he gave everybody ample amount of time, because I remember seeing on the news that Ghanaian citizens had trouble leaving Ukraine because one, Ghana wasn't paying a flight to get back to Ghana, and then they tried to leave to go to another country, and that other neighboring countries wouldn't let them in.
Right, Hot Sauce. That was that whole racist stuff.
Having
the Ukrainians Their
So
pets were getting on the trains before
yeah.
these African students.
Yeah, African
Yeah,
student,
so
and
I
they would
remember
walk
that.
and they would
I
walk
told you
on
the
the
difference.
highway, and they would walk on the highway
Yeah,
while everybody's in the
exactly.
car. Like you'll see everybody's in the car on the highway, and you'll see all these African students walking,
Dragging their
and no one would
suitcases.
invite them into their car or nothing like that. And they're walking 10, 30 miles to the next border check. So, but I'm saying all that to say that Russia did give warning before they take action. They do that.
But see, here's the deal. We need to stop looking and viewing the United States as some type of beacon of humanity.
It is.
We need to look at our own experience in this country, even till this day. We are the victims, the highest rated victims of hate crimes in America, yet and still the AAPI gets a hate crime bill.
Well, can you repeat that? I'm kind of lost.
This last reporting, the last reporting period demonstrates that we are the largest victims of hate crime in the United States. And you know how those numbers get skewed. You know how those numbers get skewed. Those aren't even the real numbers. Double those at minimum. Double those at minimum. I don't know how a man whose genitals are exposed and his hands are tied behind his back is ruled as a suicide. I don't understand that. Based on my background of criminal justice and administration, and law enforcement administration, that doesn't square for me in an investigation that I'm doing.
This place has never been no beacon of hope for nobody except the European.
This is the land of our oppression.
I disagree.
Exactly.
This is the land of our oppression.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Let me just finish my thought. I was watching earlier Brother Benaya's thing about Gullah Geechee, and I forget the brother's name, is just escaping me just now. But anyway, they still have the auction blocks on the ground.
Yeah.
The trees that they hung us from, it's still hanging there. They didn't cut them down. If you go to Germany, you won't find nothing, not one thing, as far as I know, that's offensive to the Ashkenazi. If it was anything there, they removed it, they chopped it down, they sent letters of an apology and all this stuff. Why is it, and in this country, that they still celebrating our oppression and suffering? They want to fly the Confederate flag. They want to show it's literally a tourist town where you could go and see where they used to sell us off.
They do it because you don't have the power to unite the people.
Well,
but that's regardless to the fact.
No, it's not regardless to the fact. That's the point.
Let me just finish my thought. What I'm saying is this country celebrates our suffering. If you think this country is a place, this was always our punishment. Nothing more.
It's not your punishment, man. That's kind of crazy. And I'm just gonna be honest. I'm in the middle of speaking. Just give me 1 second. This country isn't your punishment, man. Like, that's ridiculous.
What is it?
It's the place you live. That's what it is.
Sorry, sir.
So in the scriptures, when it says we are yet in the land of our captivity, you mean to tell me that scripture is wrong?
I believe you're wrong.
Okay, that's fine.
I think we're dealing with an unbeliever over here with the pre-talk show versus believers.
Exactly, Taylor.
Yeah, that's LV. That's LV. That's my buddy LV. Y'all don't do him like that.
We about to baptize LV in the real.
Hey,
don't
listen.
do LV like
No,
We about to
Sister E,
baptize
you
LV
know I
in the
love the
realness.
show. And well, let me say this, because I could be a skeptic, but that doesn't mean I don't respect you, brothers.
Yep.
So let's have the dialogue if you guys are willing to.
Yep.
It's no disrespect to you.
Like I always say,
Yeah,
I got thick skin. It don't bother me.
Oh, then let's just get it then.
So
Yeah, I think the issue is that the way that pre-talk had responded to Eric wasn't on a dialogue basis, and that's all I'm saying. If we could just be careful on our expression, then we wouldn't have that heat.
I disagree.
I agree with
By
Taylor.
virtue of me speaking makes it a dialogue. I've been trying to introduce myself into the conversation, and I've been respectful to the brothers that's been going back and forth. I've been wanting to speak for about 15
always tell me
minutes.
it ain't always what you say, is how you say it.
And I agree.
Okay, all right.
So the land of our oppression, where I've spent 60 years of this BS, I'm more educated than you could possibly think, but was denied the opportunity because of structural racism, and then was done dirty when I was in the system. You're going to tell me that that system doesn't exist?
I never
This
mentioned
isn't a cursed land for us?
Y'all let
The
LV
oppressed in this place, the ones who were brought in here under the, well, we like to call it the Third World War. Some people don't see it that way.
I know, but
we
you're
were
kind
brought
of
in under those pretense of forced labor.
Yeah.
But if we look at it scripturally, when we go to Deuteronomy 28, which qualifies us as the only individual group of people to fulfill what was stated there, do you disagree with that? Or
what I
what
I really what I disagree with is, first, you said that I said that something doesn't exist. How foolish would a person be to say that there aren't groups that are specialized in marginalizing your success, keeping you down, and keeping you in, let's just say, a consumer base? That would be ridiculous to say. Never even said anything of that nature. I'm one. Well, hey, Kai.
Sister
I'm
E,
sorry.
I'm gonna step
What? I'm
down.
sorry. I was.
Thank you. You guys have a good day or good night wherever you are. I'm gonna step down.
Hey,
You
brother
guys
Hot
take
Sauce,
care.
I just want to tell you, I think you're a very smart brother. I tease you in the chat because I like the clown, but I don't mean it's
No,
never
I
nothing
appreciate it. No,
All right.
yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, but I don't think this is a conversation that's right for me. So I'm gonna step down. Y'all take it easy.
You're getting out of Dodge quick, boy.
No. I told y'all before.
I mean,
I told y'all before. I don't
why announce when
really.
you're leaving? Just leave. Like,
Well, I'm just
put
saying
that in the
goodbye.
chat, man. Goodbye.
Anyway,
I was in
take
the
care,
middle of
everybody.
speaking. I
Yeah,
don't get
take
it.
care.
Yeah, let him finish, y'all. What
That's
we're
strange.
gonna do is, even though people are not gonna agree, which I am good with, and y'all know I am, we gonna respect one another. Let everybody get their point out. I'm sorry, y'all had to breathe because I was running from the other side of the room. But let's let LV get his point across. Then once LV gets his point across, then everybody provide their insight. So come on, pre-talk show, let's go. And y'all, that's the one who did my intro too. So thank you, LV. Pre-talk show. You heard it.
Nah, you already. So see, I appreciate you, and I appreciate these brothers too. I just noticed that the brother said that he introduced to say that, well, you don't agree that there's powers that be that's going to keep you down and marginalize you. No, those things exist. They even exist within the Black community or the Israelite community. There's always what we call special interest groups that are organizing themselves to take advantage of those who don't know. And that's why I introduced the thought of, no, it's not the fact that nobody's doing anything or people can't get it done. It's that we don't possess the ability to unite the people underneath a singular idea. That's a real life thing. Influence. I listened to the brother up there. I think his name is Yakoba. He has a heavy influence. The people that I believe he's connected to, if I'm not mistaken, a guy named Teo. They have a very good content that gets people watching, looking and staying in tune. I'm one of them. That's what it takes to get a new generation on board to change the objective. I don't know where people are in their personal view, because you guys may be in a more elevated level, or you may even be older. But the people that I'm in close proximity with, that's around my age group, they thinking different. They talk different. They move different. And we gotta reach these people through each of the levels of their progression. You're gonna have niggas that's tied to the streets, and you're gonna have motherfuckers who really in tune with their studies. And we gotta facilitate the influence from point A to point Z. We gotta maintain the minds of these young folks to condition them to do the work that we know that needs to be done. How do we create a champion?
Let me say something. Somebody says Aaron Bullock said that she said she'd stay on topic, but she always folds. No, we're actually still on topic. The topic is Russia.
The
So,
pre thing.
I'm just
Brother LV, I don't mean to cut you off, sister. I have a bad habit. The pre show that Brother LV does, I like it. Respect you for that. But everybody has an opinion, and if you know anything about me, my thing is for us to always stick together and have respect for each other. We ain't gotta agree. Listen. I tell people all the time. My disclaimer is I don't have to be right. I used to think I was a Christian. You understand? And I know better now. In terms of what Eurocentric Christianity is, I used to follow that, not knowing I was following Satan. So I've been wrong in the past. As long as we respect each other and show love for each other, we don't have to agree. The Most High has all the details. He knows everything. He gonna work it all out when it's all said and done. So that's my little thing.
I respect you, Eric. It's never no disrespect if we can avoid it. I respect everything that you said, and I agree. Sister E chat, they could be vicious, and when we start kind of straying away, they start getting on our tails. So I would like to really talk about this Russia situation, because I got a lot to say about that too. Sister E, what we got going on?
So right now we're in a situation where Russia right now is threatening nuclear attack on Ukraine. So what's going on is Ukraine is actually sending they pretty much bombing certain areas, and I forgot where in Russia, but they're bombing Russia right now. Russia is like, okay, I'm gonna do what I got to do. So they have those hypersonic missiles, I think, that go like 10 times the speed of light or sound rather. He's talking about aiming those at Ukraine, and also Madison, can you shut the door? Also aiming it at a U.S. base within Poland. So right now we're in a situation where we're talking about possibly some form of escalation. There are leaders that say this looks like World War III-ish. I think we're already there. You already know that North Korea has boots on the ground in Ukraine on behalf of Russia right now. So you're in a situation where North Korea has boots on the ground and they're fighting with Ukraine, North Korea and Ukraine. Then you have Russia threatening U.S., Britain, and NATO overall. So right now, everybody is like on 10 right now, and nuclear arms are up in the conversation because
A little birdie told me Biden pushed that in. A little birdie told me that. They said Biden. Go ahead.
North Korea has been unsubstantiated. Okay. And a lot of what you're hearing is a lot of propaganda coming out of a lot of talking heads. And that's why the same story you hear on repeat in all these different media.
I got friends that are in military. 1 second, Doppy. I do have friends that are in the military. They did say North Korea is in combat with Ukraine. So I'm just saying that's not
then, everybody is in everywhere. Okay. So that's why we got American citizens over boots on the ground in Israel. We got them in boots on the ground in Ukraine. We got them in boots on the ground in Africa. We got them boots on the ground in everywhere. So don't let their little bullcrap propaganda.
That's not propaganda,
Run
though,
it
Don
back.
P. Everybody said, well, that's what kills me. And I'm not trying to say you per se, but everything isn't propaganda. It is what it is.
It is him.
No,
He's
no, no,
saying
no,
it
no.
directly.
Here's the
What do
deal.
you mean
Here's
it's
the
not
deal.
him?
They
It
want to
is
no.
him.
They want to use it as justification points.
What
That's why
justification?
it's propaganda.
It's not
Because
even a
they want to. Oh,
justification.
well,
It's a
because
fight
the
for
North
power.
Koreans are there. This is why we're going to go in.
But it's a fight for power, though. It's a fight for power.
Exactly. Let's not act like Russia doesn't have sovereignty. Ukraine, all of these, like, what would make you
Russia
think
doesn't
that's
have sovereignty on what? Russia doesn't have sovereignty on what?
They have the sovereignty to use missiles whenever they see fit.
And they
Wait, I don't know what. I don't.
and
Wait, hold up, Sister E. I don't. You didn't explain.
They do.
That.
They don't have to check in
They
with
don't have the
anybody to press
sovereignty
a
to
button.
do what?
They
I
don't.
just said it. They don't have the. They have the sovereignty to launch missiles whenever they want. They don't have to communicate with any other nation.
And they just recently updated their nuclear arms policy.
I never got a real answer to that question.
Sovereignty means
Sovereignty
that.
to launch
So
missiles
sovereignty means
where?
that. So sovereignty means that.
Sovereignty means you have a sovereign right.
So
because that's your territory or whatever.
Sister
So
E, come
now,
on, let's not play games.
What do we? No, we're not playing games. We're asking you to explain yourself.
So
y'all finna make me do it.
I'm explaining myself. Russia
Uh-oh, here come the
has
music.
the sovereignty to launch missiles whenever they want. If they feel threatened as their own political body, if they feel threatened or if they have to fight or defend, they have the right to do so whenever they choose, not when they make a phone call or let me talk to the Pope or let me talk to this person. They do what they want when they want. They have their own discretion.
Oh, okay, that's not in contention.
Then why would you disagree with they have the sovereignty?
If they're threatened, they're going to do what they got to do. If they tell you, listen, this is our red line, and you cross it, they do what they got to do, just like they showed you in Ukraine. And they did it because it was a political statement. They were unpayloaded. We want to just show you that if you want to F around, you can find out. So yeah, that's their sovereignty. But you're all over the place, and I really can't get a comprehensive standpoint or basis of where you're coming from because you're all over the place.
Can you explain or detail how I'm all over the place? I thought we were having a concise conversation. What was just explain?
I can't find my music. I can't find it. I
Well,
can't
you're
find
saying
it.
I'm all,
because you're saying,
all
oh,
over
Russia
the
has
place.
a
Can you explain
sovereignty,
it?
but then at the same time,
Where is my
you're
music?
going back on Ukraine and the United States.
No, you said I'm going. Okay, what do you mean by I'm going back on you? Wait. Well, what do you mean I'm going back on Ukraine and the United States by saying that?
Explain the situation.
Yes.
Because so here's the deal: the United States pulled a coup in 2014.
Explain how I'm saying that the United States is somehow
because here's the deal: you'll make a statement in favor of one side, and you'll make another statement in favor of the other side, and that doesn't make sense.
I made a statement in favor of fact.
And if I was on a monitor replay, I could go back and go, this is exactly what you said.
Well,
you're creating a fallacy, a red herring.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Just because you said,
hey guys, time out, guys, time out. Can y'all just? Yeah, go ahead, Sister E. Go ahead.
I got something right here. I can't find my music. Y'all know that little thing that I do. So hold on. Let me say this. Let me break it up. Thank you, Jacoba. My brother, he helping me break it up. And I am going to stand in agreement with what LV said about sovereignty. And it's a great point that he interjected within the subject, that when he said sovereignty means that Russia ain't got to check with nobody to do anything. If they decide to wake up, if Putin wakes up tomorrow and says, I'm finna bomb X, Y, and Z. He can do it. He ain't got to check in with NATO. He ain't got to check in with any other powers to do anything. Whereas if you're affiliated with NATO, they got to talk to NATO to be able to make a decision to go do whatever they want to do. The U.S. can't go just, and Poland, all these other European countries just can't go and do anything. They have powers of be they got to check with before they do it. Russia ain't got to check with nobody. And the dangers.
I would say you're wrong. You're wrong.
How, Darby? How am I wrong? He ain't got to check. Putin can wake up tomorrow and set it up. Tell me how I'm wrong.
I'm gonna tell you because the governing body over what you're talking about, the NATO Security Council. Above that is the UN Security Council, which
Russia ain't got to
talk about council.
Which they are one of the 5 members of the UN Security Council. Okay, that trumps NATO. And yes,
that doesn't stop someone from pressing their own button.
Nobody makes any moves. You haven't heard about any global move.
Russia is not going to check. Russia is not going to check with anybody. Russia off the rip is bombing. When
that's already because
Russia don't have to check with
Russia,
even he agrees. Russia don't have to check with nobody.
It's ridiculous. It's laughable to even say that.
You think it's laughable?
Yes, I do think it's laughable.
Gone through the UN Security Council, and it's like, you know what? This is done.
Russia
does not. What are you talking about? Russia doesn't have to. Is Russia a part of NATO?
They're part of the UN.
Oh, so the UN can sanction them or stop them from starting their own war.
So right now, the UN can't even stop.
You really don't understand government. You really don't.
So why do we have Russia versus Ukraine?
I'm done.
Why does
I think
because you really
I think
Russia,
I think there's a misunderstanding because when you look at Russia's relationship with the United Nations, they signed on to certain treaties and certain aspects of those treaties. The UN does not have sovereign authority or tell Russia what to do. All of these nations are still sovereign nations that signed on to co-relationship with the United Nations, but the United Nations can't tell them what to do. Not yet, anyway. Right. So Russia can do what they want to do, like America can do what they want to do, like China can do what they want to do. Nobody's fully under the authority of the United Nations right now.
And there will be ramifications and repercussions.
There's always, there's always ramifications. That's the thing. Nations are buddy. If you don't do what we say, then we'll move against you. It's always been that way. But that does not take away from someone saying, you know what, I have an issue today. Let's push something. If you say United Nations has the authority to stop Russia, they would not be warring with Ukraine because there's a lot of members that are siding with Ukraine that's a part of the UN. Then if what you say is true, we would never have the conflict or it would have been squashed by now. Correct. If they truly had the power to stop it.
Because right now you're in a situation where Israel is bombing Gaza. The UN can't even stop that. In fact, the ICC has already put out warrants for Netanyahu's head because, he is going against what they consider to be Geneva Convention, but they still hadn't stopped him, and he's still doing what he want to do. And actually, the ICC can't even get him to chill out. Hold on.
Do y'all really understand what this is about? Do y'all really understand what this is about?
What is it about?
we can go from the Gaza conflict. We can go from the Gaza conflict, and Lindsey Graham told you plainly what it was about, and it's the same thing in what we're talking about with Ukraine. It's the exact same thing.
But I'm confused. What does that have to do with Russia's sovereignty? I'm not getting it.
Oh, what does that have to do with Russia's sovereignty? Well, it would be the war that Russia's fighting with Ukraine.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with whether or not Russia is sovereign or not? Because they're just a member of the UN. It's like they're part of a frat, right? The frat might have authority over all the other frats, but each frat member is an individual who has.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But there's always, and as you stated it, It hasn't been revealed, but there's always going to be some type of ramifications going against the head.
So here's the thing:
We
what's
don't get to
really
see
happening?
that. We may not get to see that, but that's what's going on behind the scene, because that's the head.
Well, the whole purpose of this war and the WEF and this whole global disorder is to bring about a world government, to bring about where Russia is subservient to the world or international order. That's the whole goal of this thing. They got to tear it down first.
Thank you.
And so that, yeah, and that's what they're doing. And like, if you look at America, right, Bitcoin going up like crazy, right? Why? Because people moving their money because they scared, right? And then you got a bunch of new, and you got a bunch of new FEMA camps going up around the country right now. What that tell you about to happen?
Like 2008, that's part of it. That is a wealth shift. Again, we saw it in 2008. So that's a wealth shift again. So the poor gets poorer, and that's the greater percentage of the population. And that's what we see in these movies that they often cast in black and white, with folks wearing ragged clothes and stuff like that. Yeah, and eating out of pots that are cooked over open fires. That's where they're moving you to.
Can I say something real quick? I'm glad the brother segued back into what I was really talking about. And sometimes it could seem like we're going all over the place or off subject, but it was all to create the understanding of this is a test of nation sovereignty. If we understand what's truly going on, it's the one world government. And you have nations that fight against it, and you have those that conspire to get it all under the one rule of thumb. Religion, finance, whatever, medical, it doesn't matter. All of those elements, every industry. So when Sister E's talking about, okay, the war between Ukraine and Russia and what's going on, it's the test of sovereignty. What you gonna do? What can you do? And this is not just one solid piece of cake, it's a layered cake. You have the realm of finance, you have the realm of real estate, you have the realm of all of these different realms in industries that govern and dominate our lives. It's putting all of it under one rule of thumb. So when you see other nations like, we ain't going with it, what do you think the war of, you know what I mean? Whatever you choose, Christian, Muslim, don't you see it? What we say versus what you say.
I see it shaping up. I see it shaping up for exactly, what the Most High said is going to happen. Right now, what I see on the global screen, based on all of my observations on global news, the United States and Israel are getting isolated. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that because of their geopolitical stance, they're becoming isolated. And that's just what I see based on the news reports globally that I watch.
What I'm trying to allude to everybody is that when I first came in the conversation, it was like, we're tearing down America. But we don't understand that the fabric of each of our families is embedded in this. So when you say the fall of it, that's the death to our families in multiple ways.
Say something to you.
What is it?
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Oh, of course, I'm here to listen.
Okay,
you missed it.
When you say we're not tearing down America, we're telling the truth about America. That's the difference. If this place was a place of sanctuary for us, Black people ain't about just saying any old thing about any old body. We're telling the truth about what this place has done to us and continue to this day do to us. That's all. It always seemed like oppression when you're the one receiving. Like if I do something wrong to you and I want to defend myself, I think you're attacking me. No, if I do something wrong and I check you, you should say, you know what? I'm sorry. I see your point. I apologize. I should not have done that. This nation has never apologized for what they have done to us, and they continue to mistreat us today. And this election is just another, as far as I'm concerned, a nail in their coffin.
You
Them
know,
choosing number 47, them choosing number 47 just shows there's no place of repentance for these people. They refuse to repent. They refuse to just say, you know what? They won't even have the conversation about what's their so-called original sin. They won't even say, listen, we did something wrong to these people and we need to make amends. You will never hear that from them. That's all I'm saying, bro.
I know.
That's all
Listen,
both of us are saying. We're just speaking
listen,
truth about what they've done.
Eric, I'm gonna say this. I agree, but everybody not built like you. I don't know how old you are. I don't know how old anybody is.
I'll be 59 next month.
And I'm leaning on your wisdom in this moment. What I'm saying is everybody ain't built like you. Everybody's not honest. That's a personal duty. I agree with you. But like for us to wait around for people to make some type of public announcement, oh, we gonna get it together. That ain't how it works. How it work is we get our group together and we engage. We strategize.
I absolutely
set
agree
plans.
with your statement. We shouldn't be looking for these people. We should not be looking for our oppressor to stop oppressing us. We should be taking care of each other. I absolutely agree with that.
Yo, when we okay, you talking about oppressors oppressing us. Listen, I live in New York State.
I live in Brooklyn.
And it's
I'm
people
in
that
Brooklyn
look like
right now.
It's people that look like me and you that's doing the oppressing.
Brooklyn in the house.
Niggas be talking about going to the niggas getting pulled over and police doing this. It's more niggas that look like me and you that was doing the violating. Let's be real.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying we be out of pocket. I'm not saying that at all. I don't see the disconnect is a lot of times. Just hear me out. Like I said, I don't have to be right. This is my experience. I've been on this. Listen, I worked almost 25 years in the Department of Correction. I've seen everything. You understand? I've seen everything. Oh no, my bad. I can't say I've seen everything. I've seen a lot. I've seen riots. I've seen stabbings. I've seen sex in the jail. I've seen drugs in the jail. I've seen a lot. And let me tell you, what goes on out there is the same thing that goes on in there. And I'm telling you, the system is set up against us. The system, just because they let a few in, just because they dangle a banana or the fruit in front of a little, if they give a little shiny nugget to one or two, that's the farce. That's to make everybody think that no, we're not under oppression and still under captivity. You have to think.
Pre-talk.
I understand
old
you're
are
a
you?
young brother, and you probably say, "Listen, this is the greatest country in the world." They keep feeding that stuff. Hebrew, listen to me.
Listen,
you're
man.
in the land of your captivity, and if let me just say this. If this was our place, there will be nowhere in the scripture where the Most High would say He's going to take us out of here and put us in our own land. He would just make this place right here better for us.
If you truly,
this place has never been good for us since we've been here. And I'm gonna
be honest with you, man. If we truly say we come from Adam, then no matter where you at, you have what we call the Radah. You have the authority. We've shown that as a people. We dominate this planet.
That's the blessing of the Most High on us.
I didn't brother, I didn't interrupt you.
My bad.
You listen, no, you spitting truth, but I didn't interrupt you respectfully. I just got my 2 cents I would like to add, and we don't even gotta agree. Adam was given what's called dominion, and we come from him. The same dominion we have, we created hell with it. We all have a personal duty to do what's called the right thing, to show others what it takes to move us forward. We have the authority. We do what we want. And then, you know, I get it. We scoff at things like America, but like I've traveled. I've been to other countries. I've been to places you can't even you think you can't even say what you want to say. It can, you know what I'm saying? You could die. Here, you get to have your opinion, you get to demonstrate it. And I'm not saying that's the best thing in the world, but that's an advantage that we have in order to show people the way. We have that opportunity. And I believe personally that this land it's the land of opportunity, not the land of I'm gonna say it like this. This is the land of equal opportunity, but not equal outcome. We have to be good at what we do.
So pre-talk. Let me ask you this quick question. How old are you?
I'm 33.
Okay, so you still have a lot to learn. The thing that we've learned is that this system was structured against us. It's not equal. We do not have the same opportunities, right? There are traps and there's avenues the way they subjugate us. Like, for instance, COINTELPRO, right? COINTELPRO was to make sure there wasn't a rise of a black messiah. They also took the father out of the home to weaken our home. They also, by getting the man out the home, the woman raises the kids have no male direction, so therefore the kids go astray. So now you have kids hanging on the street by themselves and they gang banging and they shooting. But then everybody look at us as if we're the problem, but they're the ones that created the conditions to create the problems. And so now what they're doing is they're pushing and promoting LGBTQ in our community. And now you wonder why there's so many black faces of that movement, because it's by design. And so they're systematically destroying us. And not only are they doing that, they're poisoning our food, poisoning our water, poisoning our air. And so now most of the kids that you know today, they're on Prozac, right? Why? Because they got mental issues. Why? Because they're poisoning us. So if you want us to come and say, well, we're stronger and we can come together and fight and unite, no, they got all of the strings that control all of the levers of rising in this system that they control. We are literally in a matrix that they are the ones that control. We are just the little puppets in the middle of everything. And they move laws, they change laws, they tell us we're citizens, right? They tell us we have equal rights, but when it comes to applying the laws and the rights, it's not equally applied. So there is literally no way to rise in this system. We have to leave.
And that's
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
And
So
That's a
you know
mic
what?
drop.
You know what? You got to
I
talk for a long
want to.
time. You got to
Can I respond real quick?
for a
Just
long time.
really
Let
quickly.
him
You got to talk for a
respond.
long
John
time.
P.
And
John P. Let him
Yeah,
respond.
just let me respond, because this is one of the things that I think we have to keep in mind. When you say we have to leave, where will you go where you will not be subject to someone else's domain, rules, politics, structure, and order?
Our own people back on the continent of Africa, where you can't tell the difference because I'm black, he black, you black, we all black. They could look at you as soon as you walk in the store, know you black, and discriminate against you. That's where we go. Africa not perfect, but Africa has opportunity.
Everywhere has opportunity, and Africa discriminates against themselves by virtue of it. And I'll be quick. By virtue of it having different borderlines, having different countries, having different
I know his mindset.
different groups, Africa is not united under a singular identity, and they subjugate themselves, those who live in the continent, as is. So when another group comes with less leverage and less connection to the place they're going to, why wouldn't they fall subject to the people who are there when they've already made subjects out of their neighbors?
And brother LB,
Every nation. Every nation. Every nation has division. We call them tribes on the continent. They call them black, white, Hispanic, Native American, and everybody got their divisions. But when it comes to being on the continent, you're correct. Those who in power usually going to try to stay in power. But I can guarantee you this: based upon us having grown up in Babylon, aka the Western nations, they could never rule over us. We too swift. We learn their ways.
Oh my
I mean,
goodness.
And that's and
I'm just saying. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm not.
sorry.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying we gonna do like they do. What I'm saying, we are smart enough to avoid what they've done to us.
Well, with this, I just want to respond real quick, y'all. I'm gonna be 20 seconds. This is my personal opinion. The hell that we're going through, I agree with you. I call it the refinement. It's the fire burning off the impurities. Now, and I'm just going to be real quick. Where I work at, people like they have their own assignments, but they would pawn it off on me. And I would be like, damn, these motherfuckers is taking advantage of me. Like, this shit is not fair. The fuck is they doing? I'm just trying to be here and work hard. But what happened overall, wait 1 second, Sister E. What happened overall is they made me impressively skilled at what it is I do. Because they refuse to do what we will call right, it refined me to the point to where I started to be able to create my own situation. And this is just something that's what we call anecdotal. This is just me personally. But I think it exists in some type of truth in a larger scale. I think you're right. We're going through a refinement. We're getting skilled. We're going through all of these different things that, quote unquote, America has to offer. You can go mad places and they don't even have the basics of what we have. However, what we have access to, in my opinion, is refining us to a high degree. So what you say, when we go somewhere else, I truly believe we're going to have a lot to offer, which is called leverage. We can do it because we've been in the highest scale society in which we know in modern time.
Brother LV, let me just say this. What I don't mean to cut you off. What you just said is proving Yakoba and myself my point. They put us through so much trauma, and it's only because of the Most High's blessing that we shine like a diamond. All that pressure, and when he take us from here and take us out of this place and put us in our own land, that diamond is going to shine. He's sweeping the land out. He's doing all these things. I don't know if you can see it. He's clearing off the land for us. He's kicking out the U.S. He's kicking out the French. He's kicking out the Germans. He's kicking out the Dutch. He's clearing the land off and getting it ready for our return. And I understand your optimism. That's good. You need that. But we're talking to you from a senior position and from the things that we have seen and have literally experienced. I was the officer when I got dragged out of the car. You understand? I was the officer when they stopped me. And my wife was pregnant. And I go in and I took her to, I'm just going to tell you a little story. I took her to her appointment when she was pregnant with my son. She said, I'm hungry. We got up. We had to leave early. I'm hungry. I want some Chinese food. We don't eat Chinese food anymore. Trust me. But I'm just making a point. So I pull up to the Chinese restaurant. I go inside the Chinese restaurant, order my food. And next thing I know, a white man comes in. He walks up to me, starts touching me, frisking me. He said, "What's this?" I said, "That's my firearm." I could have shot him dead. You understand? I could have shot him dead. I said, "That's my firearm." He said, "Oh." He said, "What's that?" I said, "That's my shield." He said, "Okay, what?" And right after that, I said, "Who the F are you to become putting your hands on me? I could have shot you dead." Right then and there, his partner comes in. He said, "Everything all right?" They already had this thing planned to do this nonsense. Imagine if I wasn't an officer, what they would have did to me. So the lady behind the the people that own the place said he's not doing anything. He's just ordering food. He said, the part, he said everything is all right. He said, yeah, but he's being an asshole. Excuse my language, sister E. I'm just telling the story the way it went down. Right? I said, oh, I'm being an asshole. You coming in here touching me, putting your hand upon me, and I'm supposed to be okay with that? So now they see the situation. Now they got to skirt the situation in their favor because there's cameras in the Chinese restaurant. The lady behind the thing already vouched for me, right? So they put the handcuffs on me. They take me out. Mind you, my wife is in the car watching what's going on, pulling me out. This pregnant woman that just came from a doctor's appointment to make sure our child is okay. My child was premature, so she had a little complications here and there. So she has to witness this trauma, this nonsense that's going on. They take me around the corner. They put me in the car. They drive up the block. Now, mind you, my wife this big in the car. She ain't getting in the car driving to find out where we going. They take me up the block. They take my ID out my wallet. They got my wallet in their hand. They see my shield. They see my credentials, everything. They take my ID out my hand, my driver's license. You know what they said to me? Straight up mob business. Well, if you report us, we know where you live. This is the experience that the elders is trying to get across to you, LV. We've been through stuff. It's good to be optimistic. But we've been through stuff, and
Man,
this country has never changed.
No,
Wait, let
you
me
ain't.
finish.
Come on now,
The way you talking, young
don't
man,
tell me the way I
hold
talk,
on.
brother. I don't
Let
look
me
like
finish.
you don't
Let me
know
finish.
me.
Just let me finish.
Hold on,
What do you
one
mean
second.
I'm lying?
Hold
Are
on.
you
Hold
lying?
on. Sister E will let the conversation flow. Don't underestimate what someone's been through because they have another viewpoint. What are
So
you
listen,
talking about? Now?
let me
Hold
just
on a
finish.
second.
No, I'm talking
Hold
to
on.
John Ben. That's what I'm talking
No,
about. What do you mean
I
I haven't been through nothing?
hold on. I'm gonna put everybody down in the goo except for me and Jacoba and Eric. Now, the thing is this: to say someone has not been through something because they see things from a different lens is disrespectful. I think everybody up here, as long as you got a black face, you've been through something. Same thing with my daughter. Some aspects of what LV is saying, she would probably agree with some of the stuff that he's saying. Not everything,
They're the same
but a
age
few
group.
things. Huh?
They're the same. They're in the same age group.
But yet and still, it doesn't take away that she's been through something and he's been through
No,
something.
it doesn't. But here's the deal.
So let me
In
finish.
our age group, we've been through more. We've been through that plus.
Let me finish. So with that being said, you still can't even say that because each generation, struggle is not a generational thing. In some cases, struggle is just your situation because there's some folks that's probably younger than me that's been through much. I think we've met our cussing max today, people. I know I'm gonna get a call from the nice Emas in the morning because y'all saints in here just really, 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 really cussing tonight. Woo!
Hey, Sister E, I apologize for the foul language.
Okay,
So
thank
I
you.
apologize.
Thank you, LB.
The only
I've been
point
trying to
I
get a
want
word
to
in
get across
edgewise.
is
E talking real quick, and then y'all can chime. Y'all can go right back in. I'm not gonna stop the
I'm
dialogue.
trying to get a word in edgewise.
Okay, but yet and still, just don't say stuff like, "Oh, you ain't been through nothing." You just don't. I don't like when people do that. Now that's a pet peeve of mine because you never know what someone's struggle is because they have a different viewpoint. So let's keep it clean. Let's keep it nice. Y'all see me and Jacoba just sitting back letting y'all do y'all thing, but let's keep it clean and keep it nice. All right.
So here's the deal.
Let me just
finish.
finish
I've been
my
quiet,
statement.
and I
Don
feel like
P.
Let
I
Eric,
need to
let
have
Eric, let's let Eric close his. 1 second, Don P. Let Eric close his point.
Oh yeah, because I want to let me
Once
back on
Eric
this.
closes his point, Don P is next, and then after that, LV. If you got a point, make your point. I don't know if your Jacob got a point. I don't even have a point right now. I'm just listening, just trying to make sure this is as clean and respectful as possible. So go ahead, Eric.
Thank you. So only thing I'm saying, LV, is I'm glad that the generation is changed. Things was worse for the generation before us and the generation before that. But what I'm trying to say is this country has never repented for the things it's done, and it's not going to repent. And that is why the Most High is going to take us from here and put us in our own land. And nobody, and how it all plays out, I don't know. But that's why the scripture says that this is going to be so miraculous that they're not going to talk about the old Exodus anymore. It's going to be this Exodus that takes us from here and puts us in our own land where we don't have to worry about being pulled over. We don't have to worry about them charging us more and giving us less and all the wicked sabotage that they do to us. That's the only thing I'm saying to you, young brother. I respect you. I see you're a talented brother. I'm for all Israel and it's excellence. But just listen to the elders. Listen to the elders when we're trying to tell you, because we've been there. That's all I'm saying. Respect to you.
Definitely respect. And I want to say one thing. It's like, I know I may be young, and I know a lot of people may have went through more, but I've been through a lot. And it's not the platform to really just go through every nuance, but I'm from the community you're from. The traumas you talk about, multifaceted. I've experienced it. But what I've realized is we all come out of it different. But that does not negate the greatness that we're destined for. I agree with you 100%. We're meant for more. We're going to do more. And it's a progression to that. But I see a danger in sometimes where, just 1 second, brother. Sometimes to where we can get in a mode to where it even sounds discouraging. And I'm trying to tell people to take advantage of what we have access to, when sometimes it may sound like people are saying we need to just fall completely back. But guess what I see when people fall completely back? Can't take care of their families. They take it in the wrong context.
Hold up.
Brother Don, let him
Sister
finish.
E told you
Brother
I
Don,
was
let
going
him
to be
finish.
next.
Nah, wait, that's the elder.
No,
Let's
not
see the
let
wisdom.
him
Go
finish.
ahead.
Hold up. Because you just finished giving a whole diatribe before Sister E jumped on and said I was going to be next before this whole thing. Now you're jumping into a whole nother speech and I don't get to speak.
You can speak,
See,
Don.
you're usurping the conversation.
He's not usurping the conversation.
Yeah, he is, Sister E, because you said I was going to be next to speak after Eric.
I'm sorry. He just wanted to respond to Eric about him.
Well, that's not a response. He's going into a whole nother.
No, he's not. Don P, you finna irritate.
He's just sharing his opinion. He's just sharing his opinion.
Now,
he's
Don
going
P,
into a whole nother.
Don P,
never mind. Y'all don't see it.
I know.
Y'all don't see it. Never mind.
Go ahead and say what you got to say. Somebody said Sister E sound defeated. I don't sound defeated. I sound at peace. I'm not gonna let these folks run my nerves thin. But I mean, he wasn't usurping the conversation. He was just responding to somebody saying that no, you hadn't been through anything. He has been through some things. I know LV for myself. LV has a heart of gold. I can ask LV to help me with anything. He'll stop everything to come and help me. So he's a very good-hearted man. So that's why I'm like, you know, he has his viewpoints. And me and LV argue about stuff. Me and LV don't agree on everything. And LV can attest to that. Me and LV don't agree on everything. But one thing I do know is this is a good brother. And y'all know me. I don't rock with no garbage people. So if I say somebody good, he a good guy. He is. So with that being said, now Don P, you can have it.
Sister E, you know, I'm not saying you don't know this person or what they've been through, but you don't know, to you. But you don't know me and Eric, and you don't know what we've been through.
I never.
Okay, but it sounds like you're keeping. I'm just gonna say this, and I'm gonna say it how it sounds. You're caping for this young man, and you have no idea what our backgrounds are. And I'm 60 years old.
One second. I'm gonna drop you down to the Google, because what I'm gonna tell you is that was not a discussion point about what didn't I just say? I don't tear down what everybody's been through. I've said that, and I continually say that. So to make it seem as if I am denigrating or not paying attention to what y'all struggle, that's not what I did. I am speaking.
Came through Jaded.
No, it didn't come through Jaded. You took it.
I'm the receiver.
Well, you need to go back.
You're the sender of the message. I'm the receiver. So if I tell you it came in Jaded, The receiver said they came in jaded.
No, but it wasn't
It
jaded.
basically active in this conversation, but we don't need to debate that.
The
reality is this.
You're not gonna talk over me, yo. You're not gonna talk over me. But your receptors are jaded. I never negate Eric. At one point, did I ever make it seem as if you had been through anything? No. Thank you. I just spoke on behalf of LV because I know LV personally.
Right.
And
exactly.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Anybody who knows me,
exactly.
I get to know the people that I deal with, just like I know Yacoba personally.
Exactly.
So I
stated those 2 points.
But the thing is,
2 points.
Yeah, but you turned around, made it seem as if I negated, like y'all had been through nothing. I never said that.
I didn't say that either.
Yes, you did.
Yes,
you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I did not.
So what I do need you to do is get to your point, because right now it seems as if because I am speaking on behalf of LV, you feel some kind of way. Get over it. I'm cool with LV. So
no, I said you were familiar with those 2 individuals. You're not familiar with us, so you understand their background.
Let him say what he got to say, LV, and then you jump.
You're familiar with these 2 individuals intimately when you're not with us, so you don't understand our background, and there's a whole psychological thing going there, and subconsciously or consciously, but we don't need to deal with that. The point of the matter is, what I wanted to get with Brother Eric and what he was saying in some of his experience and background is, yeah, Brother Eric, I'm with you 100%, because my background, I'm a law enforcement administrator. So I have all that background. So I understand. Matter of fact, one of my duties and responsibility was training for my department. So I was responsible for the training of all my officers and how they performed in the field. So when people come in and they really don't understand, and then that's a whole subculture with Black people in law enforcement, they really don't understand the world we live in and how we balance between our Blackness and our loyalty to that, and understanding the history of law enforcement and where it derives from. We are very complex individuals that walk a very tight rope in understanding who we are and what we're supposed to do. And for me, it was even before I even understood this whole Israel thing. I was a Christian. But I understood the responsibility of doing the right thing as an individual, as a human being. When you see these devils out here that are way over compromised, that are doing the will of their father, I don't need to see nobody caping for all these. I don't need to see nobody caping for Amalek. I don't need to see nobody of melanation caping for Amalek or Edom. If you're willing to do that, to me, you are a nation traitor, and you can kick rocks. And I land my plane there.
I would like to definitely respond.
When you get done, I think I don't know. Once you get done, everybody wants to talk about the war. I do. I got time. I'm sorry, I got time tonight to talk about it. Once we get this part over with, I do want to move back into the subject, because that's what the people came to hear. People came to talk about possible World War III and not have somebody said a trauma Olympics. We're not doing it. That was so funny. That was so funny. But let's get your point, LV, and then let's get back into it. We got a lot to talk about.
Sister E, I don't have a point. Let's do what you want to do. I digress.
No. You were getting ready to say something. Go ahead and respond.
Listen. Like the person who commented, they said the trauma Olympics. The one thing I don't want to do is go into the locker room with my brothers and be like, my scab is bigger than yours. Look I got shot. See, when I was in the hood, I had friends that was like, fuck, F what you been through. I got shot. I got stabbed. But there was other people who were violated in different ways. Simultaneously, while the quote unquote white man is like, look at these hurt guys. Look at these hurt niggas. while we showing battle scars. They laughing at every wound. It don't matter. So I'm not gonna get into that. Let's talk about World War III in Russia. I don't want to talk about this no more. And I say that respectfully, Sister E. You know I respect you greatly.
This ain't trauma wars.
Okay.
These are two law enforcement officers talking about what their experience
in
the community. That's all. We ain't talking about this. Ain't trauma wars about how we've been through this or that or the other. These are two law enforcement individuals talking about their experience.
P.
Yes, ma'am.
Back on World War III. Okay, so
we can get on World War III because that leads right into what I was talking about with Amalek and Esau.
Okay, so going back to the point. Okay, so let me get everybody back on point. So the big thank you. This is the subject, and we're gonna stay on this subject. With that being said, the whole point of this conversation is right now, every nation is tense right now. I've never seen them this tense before. And the biggest concern is right now Putin got his hand on the trigger, and people underestimating what that means from a catastrophic standpoint. If he pushes that button, Ukraine is going to be decimated. And I think what the U.S. is doing is using Ukraine as the pawn to fight a war when Ukraine does not have the fighting power to be able to fight off Russia. They don't. Because the thing is, you got Ukraine right now, they can fight with North Korea because North Korea got boots on the ground. Then you got Russia standing off to the side saying, all right, Ukraine, keep bombing us, and I got something for you. And what they are concerned about is the ballistic missiles that he's sending. They're not sure if nuclear bombs are in it, but that's all it takes is one. And once you hit them with one, and it's game over. Or what could be even worse is, what if Russia decides to nuke that area of Poland where the U.S. base is? What if Russia just get pissed off and say, game over? I'm going for the U.S. bases. And if it's not a nuclear war, but just a bomb in general, guess what happens? If he does something with the U.S. base, game over. U.S. is going to have to get involved. Then you are now, Poland is about to get caught up. If they hit those bases, game over. U.S. is going to respond, because then if they don't, they're going to seem like they've been bullied. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I have thoughts on those. Look at the places that we're talking about: Ukraine, Poland. What's the commonality? They all touch what we call the open waters, some type of sea, whether it's the Black Sea, the Mediterranean Sea, an open waterway. The United States has the largest and most capable navy in the world, meaning they can launch war anywhere. But the power to the world, in my opinion, I could be wrong, is the global commerce. Who controls how ships come and go? What comes in, what goes out? That's the people who can create the taxes, the tariffs, and it stand. And you have no choice because you have product to bring to the worldwide stage in order to make finance, money, whatever that may be. So I agree with you. Like, these places are strategic. Israel, Poland, Ukraine, they all touch the open waterway in which the United States brings goods back and forth. So, I mean, it's just clear. They're going to fight. It doesn't even matter the story. All of that, I agree with Don Ben, is propaganda. The real, in my opinion, is controlling goods coming and going on the open waterways.
Well, here's my thought on the matter.
I agree with that.
I think the whole target isn't control of the waterway, because obviously when you look at what the Houthi is doing in the Red Sea, they control things in the Red Sea, right? It's not America, it's not Russia, it's the Houthis. And so really in my opinion, what's happening is the continuation of colonization, which is rephrased as capitalism, which is Ukraine has one of the biggest bread baskets right? Where the corporations want to control that, and Russia also has a huge breadbasket and has a lot of resources and minerals, and they want to control that. It's what they've always done. The British and Americans. The British went to India and took their stuff, went to Africa, took their stuff, went to China, took their stuff. It's a continuation of gobbling up all the resources of the world, and that's why the World Economic Forum say you're gonna own nothing and be happy. Well, if we're gonna own nothing and be happy, then who's gonna own it? They are. So that's the goal. That's what's happening right now. It's a conquest for resources that they've started 500 years ago.
No, listen. I agree.
Jacob is 100% correct, because they've had to pull back their advertisement of property, real estate listed in Gaza on the West Bank. What do you think is going on? Like I said earlier, what do you think is going on in the Ukraine? Like Lindsey Graham said, oh, we can't let the Russians have access to all those resources. This is nothing more than a power grab of Amalek, the Amalekites, and Edom. This is what you're seeing. And if you think it's something else, it's not. It's not. And when you look at the escalation onto the continent, it's a continuation of that same domination.
They
don't want to let go. But the Most High is like, yeah, I'm making it so you got to let go.
A lot of elements I agree. But where I like to focus, just my start is this, in my opinion, this is the perpetuation of evil. When Cain killed Abel, there was no white man to teach hatred. When Cain, go ahead.
Beyond that. This is a story of two brothers, brother, like the Hatfields and the McCoys.
Don P, let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah, but we're beyond that. We're beyond that. He's going into elementaries, which basically waste our time.
Don P.
Yeah, but Don, you need to let the brother finish his comment, Don. Come on, man. That's not fair.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Thank you.
The people that live in if you say that's a real war, the people that live in Ukraine, the people that live in Russia, they look the same. Evil is non-discretionary, and that's the real fight. We perpetuate the behaviors that are the poison and the downfall to our communities. A lot of what Don Ben is saying is right. It's just certain elements I disagree with, or things that I would rather not put my main focus on because it's irrelevant. How can it be relevant when we're talking about Ukraine versus Russia? They look the same. But you want to preference to me some type of colorism or anything to that along those lines, but the focus is Ukraine versus Russia. They look the same. So either it is what we look like or what it is we represent. Yahweh is truth, undeniable, unstoppable, uncompromising. All things that are good is what Yahweh says. But you have those that perpetuate evil, which is the poison that denigrates our communities. Not just our community. When I say communities, I really mean our generations. We teach people that are impressionable, stupid things to do. And even say, if I may be so bold. But I'll land there. I appreciate you, brothers.
So I have a question for you, Pre. So you were saying there are things that they're teaching that they shouldn't be teaching. Can you give us an example of that?
No, I'm not familiar. What did you say? You said things that they're teaching?
Yeah, you were saying that they're teaching our kids things that they shouldn't be teaching them. So my question was, what are those things?
Okay, interest. borrowing from another with more than what they have given you. That is a practice that people engage in every day. I think you guys said it in the sense of consumerism or capitalism, things in which I agree, which are evils that are meant to enslave people. Simple principles that we all can engage on. Brother said, oh, he's trying to take us back to ABC. That's the stuff we're ignoring.
Okay, I want to say this. Pritch, you made it seem like I was choosing sides between Russia and Ukraine when I didn't. So where do you get that point? Because that's what I drew from what you said.
I think that was a straw man. I never said you were choosing sides.
Above the other in terms of good over evil.
I mean,
what I got from what you said.
If there's anybody on stage that would say that I said he was choosing sides, just tell me now.
That's what it sound like.
Oh, okay, but you said I said that. Okay, but let's ask our peers before we move forward. You asked me. You asked me a question. I have the floor. Please let me have the floor. I'm asking our peers that have been listening. Did anyone hear me say he was choosing sides? Just be honest.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that
either.
Eric, you've been here for a while. Eric, are you available?
I didn't hear him say respect. I didn't hear him say that. I didn't hear him say that.
Respectfully.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. That maybe that's what I heard in terms of when I was listening to it. It was like, oh, okay, well, one of these is right and one of these is wrong. And two sides.
So one of the things
that's what I feel like I heard. So
one of the things
that's my opinion.
Yeah, one of the things that struck me with what he was saying was like he was saying how they teach us, and correct me if I'm wrong, Pre, about how the children aren't taught how to use their money and investment in debt and stuff like that. Was that correct?
No, it is that to a degree. But this is where I agree with y'all. There's an institution that is invested in teaching you how to think, how to problem solve, and how to see things. And it's multifaceted. It's not just your finance. Then,
they affect our worldview. I agree. Go ahead.
Yes, they affect our worldview. That affects how we're able to deal with each other. Don't y'all see the denigration in our community? Even what's happening right now. I don't even fully disagree with this, brother, but we have some type of contention. That's how it is when I be amongst my people. It be tension for no reason.
That's true.
No. There's tension for reasons because brothers be speaking straight out and articulating truth from reality of history and is what is codified.
But we never.
The thing is, we always want to come back to that, but then it get cut off and then it gets let off into some other situation. So we can always talk about what is codified, and we can talk about the reality. I'm a brother that's about that reality.
Hebrews,
the codification of things. And then what we might talk about as you might consider it well, no, you wouldn't consider it that. It is what it is.
And I think
it's called case law. It's called case law.
And I think that's where
so these are all solid things. The codification of things and then case law. That makes the reality in which you live in.
So I think the some of the detention lies that when people don't, we got to learn how not to be able to agree in peace and be peaceable. And I think we've done pretty good with that. Disagree and be at peace. That's what I meant. And that's.
But you know what, Sister E? I don't think we necessarily disagree. I think what it is the conclusion of how we resolve it. I think that's the difference. I don't think we disagreeing.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just a conclusion. I think like for me and maybe Brother Eric, we got to cut ourselves off from this system. We got to get away from these people and do our own thing. Now the younger, even my nieces and nephews, right? They grew up with these people. They go to school with these people. We work with these people, right? And so It took me till I was 50 to understand white supremacy and what they were doing to our people. Took me to 50 years old. And so I think the younger people want to try, okay, we got to come together and build within this system. And we like, you can't build within this system. I think that's the difference.
No, this is what I'll say. No, what I'm saying is, what I agree with you is a lot of people do think that way. And some elements of that, I do think that way. However, I try to have a practical approach. What is the system using to enslave us? Once we analyze that, we understand it is our manpower. Everything the system is, we build it. Yakuba, do you agree or disagree?
What is he agreeing?
Everything in this world, we built. We built everything. We were the leaders of everything. We were the kings and queens. But guess what? We've been subjugated. Our family's been broken apart. They done stole our heritage and our identity. We can't even work together anymore because
evil. That's why.
No. Yeah, but here's the thing.
We perpetuated evil into the world. Yes, we did.
You was trying to say something.
No, we did not bring evil in the world. Everybody's a sinner, but go ahead.
Look, the issue is, and with Don P and my brother Eric saying is, we're not assimilating into the system. We haven't forgotten, and you young people don't even know how we got here, right? So, I mean, we're not. We might have to survive in this system. We may have to make it work and feed our families, like you were saying. Yes, we have to provide. We're not trying to be part of it, though. Just because we operate in it doesn't mean we have to be part of it spiritually, physically, mentally. I mean, we can go to work, make our money, step out, and pray that the Most High come and get us and deal with our enemies. I'm going to tell you, my pet peeve and the thing that I see the worst in our youth is how they forgot about our ancestors.
Come on,
I'm totally irritated by that. They were raped, murdered, experimented on, buck broke. I mean, you name it, they did it. I'm not going to forget it. And there's a debt to be paid. And that has to be paid. And for the youth to think that we can survive in a nation that was built on our blood, I just can't.
Gotta realize
let me respond. Our ancestors.
Can I respond real quick, and then you can chime in? I just want to jump in. What you got to realize is, it's good for this is a great conversation because we're dealing with two different generations and mindsets. Because I'm gonna be honest, the younger generations do see they are us at one time. We were like that. Every single one of us, when we were 20 years old, thought if I go to college and get my degree, I can be able to build here. That was all of our mentalities here, majority of us.
Yeah, until they pull a rug out from under you, right? And then you woke up.
That bullshit.
Can I respond?
What did you just cuss? Didn't I say no cussing, Don P?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm my bad. Well,
I'm getting tired
of it.
Yeah, definitely. But what we gotta understand is that some, like my daughter, and y'all gotta admit it, I have a 22-year-old, and I think everybody else got at least 20-year-olds that they have. If I told my daughter right now, pack up, we need to move to Africa because everything we got to get up out of here, she would look at me like I had two heads, like I done lost my mind. And everybody got
Sister E, would she look like that when Putin give that 2-week warning?
She wouldn't.
She'd be with you then.
She'll be with me.
If she was my daughter and she was following the politics like I'm following it, she'd be like, "Daddy, why are we not gone?"
No, she follows politics. She does.
No, I said if she was my daughter, she'd be like, "Daddy, why are we not gone? The Most High already told you to leave."
Well, she believes in the Most High. She just you see things.
I just said if she was
not
my
gone,
daughter,
you disobeying.
I mean, Sister E making a good point though, right? I mean, we were there. You know, there was a time when I thought I could be something in this system, and then I realized how the system worked, and they run it, they own it, And so when you try to get a piece of the pie, guess what? You got to go to them to get it.
Man,
And it's,
Can I respond real quick?
Wait, let me
Go ahead.
finish. And it's up to them to decide whether or not you're going to get the piece of the pie. Don't fool yourself thinking that you could be a Bill Gates who supposedly worked in his garage to make a computer, which is a fabricated lie, right?
You better stop telling the truth.
They got the money. They got this system locked down, and even Bill Gates was established by his people, by his rulers.
By his
that whole fake entrepreneur stuff don't work. Why? Because the money is in their hands. It's up to them to decide where it gets distributed. Go ahead and start your business and watch them not show up. There used to be a program I used to watch on TV, and it was about entrepreneurs, black entrepreneurs. And this black guy was told by this white person, the guy said, well, why you don't come to my business? And she said, well, you black. I thought it was just your business was just for black people. I'm like, since when money not green? Right? But her argument was she was not going to go to his business because he's black and she thought it was only for black people. You know, this is the thinking. And when you start these businesses and you try to say, hey, I got skills, I got so many years of experience, you will hear crickets. They will not give you their business. Right?
Can I say something?
Well, I've been waiting to speak for.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
I didn't even finish what I was saying. Everybody keep chiming in, but I'm gonna be quiet. But all I'm trying to say is, we can't stampede them and say y'all don't know nothing and make it seem like they're lost when they were where we were at 20 years.
Well, I mean, Sister E, they are lost, but I mean, we were
let
lost.
Let me finish. Jesus, let me finish. Yacoba, usually Yacoba. Today is Dave. What is going on? I'm just joking.
Yacoba, the nice guy today, right?
I know. I'm sitting here gonna argue with Dave, and I'm just Yacoba. You need to be jumping in. You need to be jumping.
Y'all just never knew. Y'all just never knew that Yacoba always was the nice guy. See, that's what y'all didn't realize.
Yacoba got wisdom, so he's staying on the sideline.
But I'm gonna finish it like this. I'm gonna finish it with this. It's not that they're lost. It's just they're still developing. And again, the system hasn't. The reason we're the way that we are is because the system. Don P, if you don't mute. If you could see the look on my face right now, but
I know I can.
But with that being said, they are still developing. The world hasn't kicked them in the. I can't cuss because they hadn't kicked them in the back. They've kicked
in
us
the teeth.
Yes, because the thing is, I was like you. I graduated degree in information technology. In my mindset, my goal is I'm gonna be the next CIO. I'm gonna be the next VP for a major company. At the age that I'm in, I'm thinking I'm finna be just wealthy and I'm just gonna do this and I'm gonna do that. And then life said, black girl, it don't matter. When they see you, they gonna see your face. And regardless of how much education you get, you're gonna always have to compete with the other white woman next to you that probably don't even have a degree. They didn't go to college. And will tell you in your face, oh, I didn't even go to college. I just worked my way up. And now that person is my senior manager. Well, not now, but then. Or my senior director. And I'm sitting there looking at you like, I had to have all these credentials, had to show proof that I had a degree. But life had to show me and reveal itself to me to make me say, this is a game and y'all trying to play us. That's the same thing with the younger generation. We can't say that they're lost. They just hadn't been. They haven't felt the pain of this world yet.
Let me just say why
they can't come in our face and argue and tell us that we don't know what the hell we're talking about.
I don't think
nobody said that. You're making that up.
Well, you're coming on arguing that point, and that's why she said what she said.
You can argue points without someone saying you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
That's
we
what
can
she
disagree
said.
on different facets of it.
You didn't have the
listen. Well, like
if you don't have the experience, how can you argue the point?
Experience.
In reality,
no, wait. Let me respond. I've been waiting for a minute. Experiential knowledge is not the only knowledge base point. I don't have to go through
On this
something
topic,
to
it is.
wait 1 second.
On this topic, it is.
Then what's
Because
the
you're speaking out of
okay?
ignorance.
Wait
Hey,
1
Don,
second.
Do you understand you're still speaking?
Man, just let me finish real quick. If what you said is true, then what's the point of the Bible being a book? The point is we write down knowledge so others can be aware without them necessarily having to go through if they follow directions. You don't have to.
And that's why we're emotional about these type of things, because we're trying to give you guys insight, and y'all telling us things are different, and somehow America is a place of opportunity when it has been a place of exploitation against our people, right? I mean, the exploitation continues. What has happened is America has gotten so powerful and so wealthy that even her crumbs seem good to us, right? But there's a judgment coming on this nation for what she's done to our people. And I'm gonna tell you, the reason I was so emotional is because I never forget what they have done and what they are still doing, right? We got Breonna Taylor, we got Sonia Massey. I mean, these things are happening to our people literally on the daily, right? It doesn't always make the news, right? And somebody got to remember, hey, this is not a safe place for us. And we're praying for judgment. We're praying for deliverance, because this nation has been chosen to be our place of judgment by the Most High. He gave us 400 years to be slaves to these people. And now the tables are turning. And that's the reason for World War III. That's the real reason, is our deliverance triggered this event that we're seeing.
You know, once again, man, so much of what you're saying I agree with. And I think a lot of the discrepancies that we may face is because just how language is constructed. And that's a part of the confusion. Because in one breath you said, you know, we tell people don't assimilate, but we tell people to go to work. But going to work, in my opinion, this is how I view things, it's a part of the assimilation. In my view, we fuel our own enslavement. And we indulge and chase evils that take away from our personal lives and then corrupt the ones coming after us. So it's a perpetual thing that's been going on for a long time. And we've bought into it. And that's vindicative of what we read in the book. We see that our ancestors. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say what you described is actually part of the judgment, right? That they would dominate us, right? We wouldn't sell. We would only buy. They would be over us. Strangers would get over us, right? All of these things have been prophesied as part of our judgment in these lands, right? And this is why these things exist, right? Yep. But you know, we're knowing the scriptures like we do, knowing that we are Israel, knowing that the judgment is ending, and this is why these events are happening, we have hope. Now, a lot of our people have assimilated so much that they get offended with the idea of leaving America because America is so powerful and prosperous, and they like the crumbs that they get off the master's table, when the Most High trying to give you a crown, right? He's trying to give you all this wealth that he can bless you with, bringing you back with your people, because we have to be ruled by our own people. That's how nations are meant to be. This melting pot thing is a lie.
Can I jump in really quickly?
Well, yeah, just one second.
Go ahead.
Each race should rule themselves, and the only reason this Gentile race rules over us is because we came here in chains. That's the only reason.
You know, I definitely would like to respond, because much of what you said I agree with. You know, when you said we need to leave here and do our own thing, I agree. But where my mind starts to really like get into calculus mode is, where are we gonna go where we won't encounter people who have special interests?
Can I speak when you finish, LV? Can I jump in when you finish?
Of course.
And I got one point to make for y'all do this. This is gonna be the hard part. People think that belief systems trying to get together, as far as the belief systems come together, it's going to be the generations, because one generation is going to see something different than the other. I think this is where we're gonna start seeing a lot of, I don't want to say bottleneck, but what LB is saying, even though we're saying foolish in the chat, if you get some 25 between the ages of 25 up to 35 in this room and they was listening to LV, they would agree with him. Because again, it goes back, we're preaching, we 50-year-old people that have experienced life, and we're literally telling them that's it, nothing else gonna happen, everything is wrong, don't do this, don't do that, the world, we gotta run, we gotta do, and they looking like, wait, hold on, I ain't even got a chance to live life.
Well, Sister E, do you think them little young
Well,
Palestinians felt the same way? They had hope.
You said who?
The little Palestinian kids in Palestine.
They had
Right?
hope.
They were the same, I'm sure, but today they're different.
Well, if we look at the reality, it's based on who has the capability and who doesn't. I think that our people are more than capable. We just have to cultivate the talent. In this infrastructure or matrix that we live in, it separates us from the talented, and it makes them work for their means and purposes because they have an outstanding reward system. Based on what we teach, and I'm gonna land here. Based on what they teach them is important. See, when we say things like go to work, because I believe at one point we're gonna have to stop working, and that's the only way that's gonna halt the main thing that's holding us down. But every time we say go to work, when you go to work, they have access to your children. And if anybody knows anything about advertising, marketing, these things dominate the space in public opinion. So when they have access to your children's mind, yeah, you at work getting a bag, but they're teaching your kids how to think in the future, what's important, what's not important, what to crave, what not to crave. And I've been saying from the beginning,
you're right.
Exactly. And what I've been saying from the very beginning is we have to create the infrastructure to be able to take hold of the talented amongst us who can get the message out. It ain't me. Skip me. If that's the contention on the stage, if you think I'm like a messiah, it ain't me. But I know for a fact our people produce the best. We just have to take hold of them. And I'll land there.
All right. I just want to say, first of all, big ups to Teo. Good to fellowship with you, brother. You spot on. LV, I hear you. I get you. And let me tell you why I say I understand where you're coming from. I used to run track when I was
Don't big up Teo. He don't need no big up. I'll be back. I'm just messing with you.
I used to run track in high school. And so when the Olympics come around and the World Games come around, you know, I'm engaged. I watch. And if you notice, in a lot of these so-called European nations, it is us representing them. It is because we have the talent. God blessed us with this talent. If they're not cheating us, they're not beating us. It's just that simple. So I get where you're coming from. We have that talent. The only thing we want the young generation to understand is don't get lackadaisical. Don't go back to sleep. Because these people got a long memory and they got all the resources and they got all the time in the world to try to put you back in chains. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Eric, but with social media, they know what we're planning to do.
They control that too, Hebrew. Don't get it twisted.
No, I know.
They only letting you do whatever they want you to do. They're only letting you do. Like I'll go back to my old analogy. They're gonna give a little here. See this little shiny object, and give it to one or two, and have everybody thinking they can obtain that. No, the system is set up against us. But I hear what you're saying. That drive that you have, that determination that you have, that is God-given. That is our Elohim put that in you. They can't take. That's why they so upset with us. That's why they hate us. That's why they don't understand. We've done everything to these people. You name it, we don't. We even made a cookbook on these people. Fed their babies to alligators. We did everything. Why is it that these people still keep dominating us? Because we are made in his image and his likeness.
I agree with everything besides the end. I think it's because we embrace evil. I'm just gonna keep it 100% funky with you. Yes, our people embrace evil. You disagree with that?
Well, I would say it's a lot of the younger crowd, especially in certain areas like Atlanta, right? They embrace evil, but you can't say all of us embrace evil. Now, the thing is with our people is that we cannot unite. I'm going to specifically say it. In the Western world, we cannot unite. Why? Because they have separated and broke our minds apart and broke us down. We don't even unite with our own family. We can't even work together within our immediate bloodline, let alone those who are distributed families like you all, right? We can't even work together. Why? Because our kids marrying their kids, right? When the Bible told us not to do that, right? I don't know how you feel about interracial marriages, but guess what? A lot of these kids today, that's how they do. And guess what?
Do you agree that they were indulging in evil when they did that?
Oh yeah, I agree with it, but
So
they don't know no better.
But no, they know better because our people. Wait 1 second. Our people were the nation of priests. They knew better. They did.
No, because here's the thing: we lost our heritage, we lost our identity. We didn't know anything. We didn't even know we were in the land of our enemies. Right now, we just waking up. We know who we are.
But that's punishment for what they did. Not something that
that's
just happened.
True.
Bro, you be flipping.
What do you mean?
You be moving.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even like talking with
John, stop insulting people. He's not flipping. He engaging in the conversation.
He doing good, Don. Let him continue.
Yeah, he expressing himself. Listen, family. This is the curses being played out. He said we will have an evil eye towards our brother. This is all the curses playing itself out. What we have to do, and this is where I'm with you, LV. We have to make a draw a line in the sand and say we're not doing it no more. We're gonna love each other no matter what. If you go back and you read, I believe it's Joshua 56. Go back and read it. Go back and read it. When we came out of Egypt, we loved each other no matter what. If you go back and read when the land opened up and swallowed Dathan and 25,000 of us, do you know what we said? We ain't say good for them. We said, Moses, you killed the children of Israel. Right, wrong, or indifferent, we loved each other and cared for each other.
And the thing is, what I don't like is because he doesn't agree with our viewpoint, everybody's like, leave him here.
No, he can't. No, he's not coming with us.
Sister E, we not that different with LV. Tell you the truth.
I know. I'm talking about in the chat, and what I don't, and what we gotta stop as a people is understanding that if somebody could have told somebody to leave me, why would we leave this brother? Because he doesn't agree with some of the things that we're saying. This is a hardworking man that takes care. Now, I'm only saying this because I know this brother that takes care of his entire family by himself and does everything he's supposed to do when it comes to his wife. He's an upstanding man. I've never seen him say anything disrespectful.
Well, we agree with him when he says Bill.
Yeah. I'm just talking about with people in chat because he does not 100% agree with Exodus. A few things as far as the Exodus belief. Leave him. I think people just.
I think the only thing is that Pre wants to fix us first, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he wants because he says our people are evil. And I can't disagree with that, especially a lot of the young people today. Not all of them, right? But there's a section of our people who are evil. But my whole point is, it's like I would give this example. If I pulled a kid off of a street and I brought him in my house and I say, you're a dog, and he's like 1 year old, and I put him in the kennel and I feed him dog food and, I treat him like I would a dog. Don't be surprised he act like a dog, right? So that's sort of what our people are. They didn't took the husband out of the home. They put Disney on and all of the LGBTQ stuff on, and so now you got to
Let me say this real quick because I told you Yakuba and Teo, like I spoke early and said that this is about us cultivating the influence we know our people have. They are the talent point. They are the ones that convinces the world what it is we should be doing. Correct. That's what we've done with our talent.
Right, but you're saying build, and you're saying build here, but we're saying we can take that talent over to the continent.
Yeah. No. What I'm saying is, listen, when we say America fall, that means you don't have internet. But the way I learned about Mystery Babylon is your latest video. I watch your videos. I watch your Kuba's videos. That's because of what America, the infrastructure it has built. We have access. Don't walk away from it. We need to use our influence and give it to the masses to take whatever control. I don't even know what that completely looks like. But what I'm saying
Yah
is,
has a deadline for this
what I'm
nation.
saying.
but
This is
right?
what
no,
I'm saying.
I don't.
This is my
I
problem.
don't
Hold on,
disagree.
hold on,
I
hold
don't
on, hold on.
disagree.
Color.
But if we're saying don't do nothing, so when we say walk away completely, we say don't use the internet. Don't use.
What we're
No,
saying is separate from these people and unite with our people. That's what we're saying.
Right.
Separate from them
We're
and
united
unite with
now.
us.
Go ahead. Wait. No. I'm
How
listening.
you
Yo,
know what
Eric. I'm listening to you, but listen. Remember, I'm
really
younger.
my nerves. I'm just joking.
I'm younger than y'all. It's not just y'all speaking. We have other people on stage who's mixing their views. Y'all disagree at some points, but to a younger crowd, it seemed like we all together.
No, LV. No, we trying to
Right.
let you know we agree with you. We do agree with you. We're just saying. Go ahead.
My point is this. LV.
I got Wiggins up here with
This
hot
is what I've
sauce.
been saying from the
With hot
beginning.
sauce.
If you've been paying attention, LV keeps shifting positions to fit the popular view.
Oh my God!
He keeps shifting sand.
No, Don P. Don P. Listen to me. Don P. Listen.
Your point back in.
Don P. Listen to me.
That's
Listen.
what I've been watching off of you.
No. Don P. Listen to me.
Nothing.
No, listen to me, brother. Listen. Hold on. Oh, easy.
You've been shifting the sand to bring it back to the position that you want to argue about.
No.
That's
not what he's doing.
For the last, I don't know how long I've been on
No,
this.
that's not what he's doing. He's speaking from his perspective.
I'm telling you, from a debate argument standpoint, I know exactly what he's doing.
No, Don. Don, we disagree with you, Don. We disagree with you.
Well, listen to me. Listen to me. Disagree with me, but I've been watching him doing it.
But listen to me. Listen to me.
What he's been doing.
Listen to me. That's not what he's doing. Just let me finish.
Back into focus into his point.
Just let me finish. Let me finish my word. I don't believe that's what he's doing. What he is doing is expressing his perspective and the way he would like things to be. That's what he's doing. And what we're telling him is that's good. That's cool. But don't forget, there's a scripture in the Bible that says, "Don't forget your elders." Somebody in the chat could get the chapter and verse for me. It says, "Don't forget the elders and what they've gone through." And it's there.
I asked you what you thought about.
It is there for a lesson for us to say, no, don't do these things. Follow the good things they've done. Don't follow the bad things that was done. That's basically the lesson, is why the Most High said that. What we're telling you is good to have a positive outlook on life, but don't give these people a pass, because if you give them a pass, that's why the Bible says, he's gonna lay Esau's waste, and don't let them rise again, because if they rise again, they're going to do the same thing they've been doing, and that's exactly what they've been doing. They have not changed.
Eric, I agree with you, but listen, I agree. I know a lot of people said I ain't been.
Because you're addressing.
I know a lot of people.
So who are these
No, Don. I'm not talking to Don. I'm talking to LV.
Yeah. So listen,
I'm addressing LV. Eric, and I'm trying to encourage him that we're not against him. Well, most of us on this panel understand where LV is coming from. All I'm trying to tell LV is, listen, don't drop the ball and don't take your eye off these people. That's what I'm saying.
Yo, listen, I agree. Listen, oh my God, listen, Wiggins is on stage, Sister E is on stage. If you think I dropped the ball or took my eye off the prize, I haven't. No. We're just not.
I didn't say you did, Hebrew. Listen to me. You're quick to defend yourself. I'm not saying you did. I'm just giving you advice not to. I didn't say you're I already told you I respect you. I see your talent. All I'm saying is don't fall asleep and don't turn your back on them. That's all.
And when I said that statement, I promise you, I wasn't speaking to you. There's an audience that's listening to us. And I'm just making it clear. Me and you are crystal clear. I believe personally that there's nothing that I've said and you said that we've missed each other. I've appreciated the dialogue between me and you. And I'm being honest when I say that, sister. You
Y'all are
know me.
hilarious.
So it's not one of those type of situations. All I'm saying is it's like, which we all agree, coming from a younger demographic, when I hear certain things, it comes off a certain way. And vice versa. When I say things, I feel like I'm making myself clear, but because of where we're at in our knowledge and just our experience, we take it a certain way. However, I think there's a huge amount of consideration. I may not understand completely what you're talking about, vice versa, but I do believe we have that level of respect right now. So it ain't no issue between me and you, Eric. We on the same page?
Respect.
It's
Y'all
respect.
are hilarious. Y'all are hilarious. Somebody said Joe kicked Duffy. I'll give him some water. Don P, what is going on with you?
Yo,
I'm ready to kick
there's
it
a
in right now because here's my deal. I have no idea where this young man stands. He talked about, I made it clear. No, you didn't make it clear to an elder that deals on international stages, dealing with people on those levels. No, you didn't make it clear. You sound like a bunch of my nephews who mumble their way through life. And no, I do not understand your point of view. These elders, Teyu and Yakoba, have made pretty much their standpoints very clear. Matter of fact, Yakoba has made his standpoint very clear and put that on text in a hardbound, which I really appreciate because I love hardbounds. You know, they stand the test of time. But what I hear is a young man talking a bunch of rhetoric, which I hear, you know, from these younger generations. Listen, I got 32 cousins, okay? That means they're all in my age range, and they all have children. I've got grandnephews and nieces, and yes, your generation has done very well in America, and that's why y'all can't see what time it is, because they've allowed you access once they killed off our leaders and got you to acquiesce.
Come on down, Pete. Come on.
Well, when
Keep
you talk
going.
about
Keep
those
going, Don.
people, man, I just firmly disagree. Let's start at the international presence. I'm
Look,
well rooted in. Go ahead.
from my perspective, yours. Maybe I'm wrong, but it sounds like you're saying we can make the best of Babylon while we're here. And we're saying, no, this system is not designed for us, right? We can do okay, but it's really working against us. And it's not just us in Babylon, but our people, even on the continent. The long arm of Mystery Babylon has totally dominated and destroyed really every nation through colonialism to this day, where she has her foot on the neck of every nation. Right now, you have to dig deep in the history, and when you come out from doing that research, you're going to be blown away by the stuff that what I call Anglo-Saxons. You will be surprised what the Anglo-Saxons have done to the whole world. It will make you furious, but they're also a danger to us and the world. And that's the thing y'all not seeing. So to think that this court system works for you, it doesn't. It abuses our people. It illegally charges our people with false accusations and false arrest. And I'm talking professional people too. Our professional people, even in politics or whatever, they get attacked when they're innocent. Right? And then they have to spend a ton of money to prevent themselves from going to prison when they did nothing. These are the things that they're doing. Y'all don't understand. They are secretly attacking our people one by one and locking them up under false charges, things like that. It never ended.
You know,
I
would like to respond real quick.
Go ahead,
you know, just
And I just want to say, welcome
and,
Wiggins on the stage. Here comes some more Here's some.
I have a personal beef with Wiggins. We'll get
Thank
with
you,
that later.
thank you. What's up, everybody?
Hey, Wiggins, it ain't over. So listen, I'm messing with you, brother.
Come get it.
What's up,
You
brother
I love
already
you,
Wiggins?
know.
man.
Glad you're here.
Yes,
I love
sir.
you guys.
Teo.
Thank you, Teo. God bless you, man. It's a pleasure to be on the stage, guys.
I probably known Sister E maybe I would like to say 4 or 5 years, but let's say 3 or 4. And very early on, she put me in contact with your channel. I've been watching it. I enjoy the content. It's very informative. Now, when you say statements like y'all probably don't understand, no, I'm very well in tuned and I listen. However, my nature compels me to be a skeptic in order to get more answers. If you go based on what Don, I think his name was Don, if you're going based on what you've heard coming into the conversation at a later point, you miss a great chunk of the premise that I laid forth when I first began speaking. So it may seem like we're on different sides of the field. And maybe we are on different sides of the field. However, I just feel like maybe we need another conversation or just maybe something somewhere else so we can get a clearer picture of where I stand. Because you coming later, just it takes away from what I was trying to express early on, which I believe the other brother created straw mans to take away from what I was actually saying. Maybe there's people on stage to say, yeah, that's true. You know, he's being misrepresented. But if not, that's okay. Sister E will tell you, I love dialogue, especially when we talk about theology. That's why I love to spend my time and effort. I
Okay,
appreciate
let me just
I
say,
caught your whole
Teo,
conversation from the beginning, just to
Teo,
let you know.
brother Teo, you on point, and LV, your young brother, respectable. You got fire. If you anybody know me, I love it. You understand? Just let's agree to disagree and just keep it moving, stay in love. But I hear what you're saying. Your inspiration to us, saying that shows we ain't gonna give up. We're gonna keep fighting this fight and looking forward to a better future. What the elders is trying to show you, and I done said it another time, and I know you understand, I know you hear what I'm saying, is don't think for 1 minute, especially in this nation, but it's the system as a whole, that they don't have a target on your back. That's all we as elders is trying to say to you, because of the stuff that we've gone through and our experiences. And Don P, I wasn't disagreeing with you. Only thing is I'm saying to you, Hebrew, is let the brother express himself. Because if we keep shutting down the young generation and tell them they don't have a voice, guess who else we're going to have to deal with? We're going to have to deal with them plus Esau and his foolishness. So we got to let them express themselves and then always be an example, a good example for them to follow. When they lean into the left or lean into it, no. Stay on the right, the straight and narrow. That's all that I'm done.
Shalom,
I appreciate you, Eric, man, and I appreciate the dialogue, man. Nothing but love and respect.
Respect.
And the thing is, y'all got to understand that, again, I keep telling y'all, what somebody said, what's in there? Don, I want everybody to be quiet. Y'all, I'm trying to be serious, and this chat got me rolling right now. But what y'all got to realize is, my daughter would agree with LV. What we got to realize, it's going to be a generation gap. The thing is, when we have to go. Somebody said Dom is in a bodega. I'm so sick of everybody. But what we gotta realize is when we leave, we're gonna, if it's like that, it ain't gonna be no questions asked. Everybody gotta get up out. It ain't gonna be no questions asked. You got to go. But if you ask anybody up here, they're 20-year-old majority. How many of your 20-year-olds would say, outside of Don P, because he already gave his point, and I'm asking Teo and Eric, you're at the age where you got a 20-year-old. Eric Wiggins got 20-year-old. Teo and your Cobra got 20-year-olds. In their mindset, if you tell them to exit, they're gonna look at you like you crazy.
Whatever it wants to do.
What?
Somebody got a hot mic.
John P always got a hot mic.
Like, do what you want to do. System is just like on its own.
Oh my gosh.
Mr. E, use your magic button. You need a mute.
I just muted him. Now he came in another way. It's two Don P's up here.
Hey, hey, Sister E, man, I always appreciate your platforms. Wiggins, you laughing, but we got some unfinished business. Don't think I forgot when you bested me on Clubhouse. I remember that. I got something for you. I just want you to be aware of that.
Okay. Bring it out then. What's
What's up, Wiggins? What's up?
I haven't heard much of the conversation, but I heard a little bit of what Teo was saying as relates to us being over here. If we're calling ourselves the children of Israel, to be truthful, God didn't want us to be prosperous in the land of our enemies. This is a punishment. You know what I mean? Like, we're over here, we've been scattered from our promised land into the land of our enemies because it's a punishment, according to Leviticus 26, is what the scripture's saying. And the scripture says that the way out of our punishment is for us to acknowledge who we are and for us to talk about the things that have happened to us and to turn back to God through Yeshua, HaMashiach, Jesus. We're going to become delivered from the situations that we're in. I know we have this other view where, some of our black people say, hey, we were here before anything ever happened with Christopher Columbus, and this is our land. They got records they claim that tie them back to, this particular group of people who were here at this particular time, and so they feel like they don't come from the transatlantic slave trade. They feel like that their ancestors was here before the transatlantic slave trade, and many of them feel like this is their land and they want this land back.
but yet their blood work matches ours exactly, right?
That's right. That's right. That's right, Minister Teo. Like, their blood work is just like ours. It's going to take them back to the east over there, back over there to Africa. But yeah, this is a hot topic, amongst some of us. But I think that have this conversation, as we have this discussion, I think it need to be understood that some of us we believe that we are Israelites, and we believe that where we are today is because of what prophecy said that we would be, and that truly the only way that we would truly be blessed and be prosperous is for us to obey what the prophecy say we got to do, and then God would deliver us. But then, like I say, there's others who don't agree with that. But that's where I want to just kind of put that in there.
Sister E. Hello?
Hey, I'm here. LV, you said you out. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us, my brother.
Blessings to you, LV.
Nice breaking bread with you, LV.
I want to piggyback off of what Tenu was.
Oh wait, hey, I was on mute that whole time. Wait, you think it's over? Wait,
no,
no, you invite me over, and then you rush me out the door.
You just sent me a text message said you about to go.
You know what?
You said you got some words for Wiggins, so you need to stay up here and deal with Wiggins.
If you can hear in the background, my son is like, "Dad, get off the computer." So I'm gonna listen, but I gotta do the family thing. I'm sorry. Yeah, I have no choice.
Say, Pre, I like that. Oh, you thought this was over? Oh no.
I'm listening.
Welcome, brother Dow.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. I want to piggyback off of what Teu was stating a moment ago, and I'm gonna make a brief synopsis on it. So I worked in the NSA, White House Communications. I have over 30 years of network engineering, IT as the manager, architect. So in 2017, I defended myself from somebody and hurt them pretty bad. And I took the weapons from them, hurt them. Took me 6 years after that. I got a letter from a judge. I live in Metro Atlanta. The judge wrote me a letter stating that please allow Mr. Dial to
get a job here, so on and so forth. So what happened was for the last 6 years, I was not able to even get a job at Fortune 500 companies or anything. Now, as far as management was concerned, they wanted to hire me, offered me, gave me offer letters. But what happened was HR turned me down. Now you look at 45/47, he has 34 of these things on him, and they did not do anything to him at all. They gave him one of the biggest jobs in the world. So us staying in this country and putting up with all of this foolishness is just absolutely horrendous to me. Now I finally did, and I reached out to Yacoba, Karis, and a couple other people. And I finally did get a job. I had to go to my second career initially during those 6 years and open up my own barbershop. But now I'm back into my IT field, and I only had one felony on me. Now the state, like I stated, the state of Georgia does not allow expungement, but I had a letter from the judge. But these people, and I don't want to call call them out of their names on this platform, but their HR department would not do it. So this is what I want to tell the young man 3. This is the things that we are dealing with. I'm 56 years old. We deal with all type of issues that the young generation may not have experienced that at this particular time in their life. My daughter's 17, I'll be 18 in February. And I told her we're leaving and we're going to Africa. And she looks at me like I'm absolutely insane. So, I just wanted to land my plane there. I wanted to say that because this is, our people, we just need to be able to work together and reason together, agree to disagree, but we have to hear these young people out and they have to hear us out.
You know what? They can hear us out and we can hear them out. One of the things that you don't understand, well, I'm sorry, not you, sir. And because that's highly disrespectful, and our people should never say that to one another, that we don't understand. We do understand. So forgive me for that. I erred in that. Our people do understand. But one of the things from history is this, particularly like when you look at yourself and you look at Yacoba and you look at Teyu, his twin. We are in this particular section of American demographics. We are at the very end of the baby boomer era. So all those people in front of us, that whole mega growth in population in front of us, took all those jobs, whether they were physical or political. And all them folks have stayed in those jobs because of the economy.
Now, Don P, I was offered eight jobs.
Now they want to offer. Now they want to offer. Hold up. Now they want to offer those jobs to us when we should be in our retirement years, and we never got the benefit of that boom because we were the younger years. So when we went to apply for those jobs were all filled. That's why you see the unemployment rates, particularly amongst our people, that then led into the other statistics that we see in terms of the drug trade and prison explosion population. And there were a few other things, but all this stuff was carefully orchestrated. So for these young people that don't understand what we're talking about, this was a very conscripted, choreographed dance to bring what you call your elders, to bring them into the exact place they're in. Now, some of their fathers may have eluded the prison industrial complex, and that's why they're here today. But you gotta go, okay, well, these fathers, what did they contribute to your development and your existence today? Some got good fathers. Some got good fathers. Okay. And those individuals are contributing, and they're moving along, and they're moving along this American dream, which you'll never realize because you're gonna own nothing. This is where this is their destiny. You're gonna own nothing. You're just gonna be a slave working, and you're not gonna own anything. This is what we're talking about. And I'll go ahead and I'll yield and land there.
Yo, listen, I'm gonna say this because I'm listening. Like I told y'all, if what you say is true, then why would any father teach a son? A son has not experienced what the father is warning him about. You even missing the whole point of the Bible. The father is warning his children on what what God says. But you say you know what this is and what that is, what the curses is, what the outcome is. It's like, okay, why are you saying what you're saying? It's like in one moment you're negating the whole point. You don't have to go through in order to understand. If what you say is true, the whole process of information from a father to son is irrelevant. We teach our youngins so that they can be aware without going through. What do you think books are for? Downloads. All of these things are to prepare you. So stop
So
saying.
I don't know. Yeah, go ahead, finish.
But what I'm saying is I'm not taking light to anything that you guys are saying. But at the same time, like, yo, you it's like you're damn near offending me to say I can't understand, and I'm listening. So why would you say a younger person can't understand? You're saying a father can't teach a son.
So I guess my question would be, what is, your vision for our people? And if you could list that sequentially, because I'm not clear, because I'm really not clear on the division here. But yeah, go ahead.
To be honest with you, I don't think there's a division between me, Eric, and the person I think that's Tayu. I think the only division is with me and Don. My end goal, let me finish.
I'll let you finish because you brought my name into it.
Okay. You asked me a hefty question as if I have all the answers, and I don't. I'm just showing you where my mind is. But I'll give you the best answer I have. My end goal is for us to unite under what God calls love. Agape, which is instructions. Do the right thing. That's it. When you do the opposite, you perpetuate evil. And I made this clear early on. Our fight is against evil. You keep, well, not you. I apologize for that. We're making it something else when it's a behavior that we can easily identify. It's not going to come in that one form you're talking about. It comes in the form of people that sound like you, look like you. They have to close. Well, there's a bridge where
I know you wanted to jump in there.
No, he did because it's triggering. But what I wanted to say is I understand that the behavior that's affecting me directly is only perpetuated by what's happened, what people have done to us. So you think I'm ignorant to why we're behaving like that? I'm telling you, these people aren't listening enough to why, because they're dealing with the now. And I'll end there.
Yakoba, or was it Tayu?
I was
You
gonna.
wanted to chime in, and I'm like, brother, please go ahead, and I'll come in after you. I'll let me back after you because you know I'm chomping at the bit. But I love you,
Okay.
and you are wisdom, so get it.
Yeah. So I mean, evil is somewhat of a generic term here, and I know the scripture said we wrestle not against flesh and blood. So evil takes on a form of an entity that we call fallen angels as well. So it's not just evil in a generic sense that every man is evil, right? There's literally, at least from what I'm seeing, more and more tares sown among the wheat that have flesh and blood, right? That are flesh and blood that rule the world, that are the most dominant group of people. That same people are hurting people in the Middle East. Those people run the whole world, right? And they are the ones who own the slave plantations, right? And I think we are simplifying this to the point where we can't identify who's been hurting us for 400 years, right? And I think we need to. This is the problem. I think a lot of the elders here are trying to express that there's a group of people that's purposely harming us mentally, physically, spiritually, right? Those same people are promoting iniquity in the media. They're opening up the internet to our children so the kids have access to pornography. They have access to every iniquity thing that you could think of on the internet. No, nothing's blocked. Now, that's based on government legislation that can even happen. 60, 70 years ago, you couldn't have did anything like that. You couldn't put that out there, right? So that, but by slowly changing our thinking and the way we view things and taking away our ability to apply scripture properly, right? Our kids are easily seduced into this pagan lifestyle and look at it as normal. So now we got the alphabet agency, we got transgenderism. Since when a woman could be a man and a man be a woman, and that make any sense? That don't make no sense, right? But somehow we get gaslighted if we don't accept these things. That's iniquity. That's evil, and that's promoted by a group of people who have power. I'm not talking about the people that got infected by those people who run the system, because they got infected. They running the streets and doing bad because they got infected. Why? Because the watchmen dropped the ball. Who's the watchman? Pastors, parents. They dropped the ball, right? 50 years ago, even probably 30 years ago, the stuff that we allowed, the stuff that Obama passed could never have happened. Our people dropped the ball. Our pastors dropped the ball. They're not doing the work of the Most High. And this is why a lot of our elders and our brothers here are saying enough is enough. We got to get away from this, because if we allow Babylon to continue to poison us spiritually, mentally, physically, the Most High going to judge us with them. That's why we need to separate. We will be judged with them, because we can't turn off the TV. We can't turn off the internet. We can't tell convince our government that this iniquity is unacceptable today. It's normal to our kids, right? And this is the very thing that's going to get us judged if we don't step away. If we don't step away and say, Father, I'm innocent of this. I'm not participating in this. Don't judge me. Get me out of this place before you take it out. You're going to fall under that judgment, because clearly he's going to deal with this nation. So any thought that this nation is worth staying in, knowing who your father is and knowing how he hates evil, knowing this thing about who your daddy is, you're going to stay here and you're forced to participate in the system. You can't claim innocence. It's better to pray that he gets us out of here like he promised, so that he can judge them and we can go and clean up our family and clean up our lives somewhere else.
Tell you, I said I was going to come in after you because I wanted to yield the floor to you or Yakoba, because you guys are always the voice of reason. In terms of our generation and where we're speaking, these young people have no idea. It's about a go along to get along, and you're going to die in Babylon. This system, your brother and I have experienced the negligence of this system. And Citibank came out with a report and what it cost the system, because you brothers are highly technical. They don't know this about you. You know, you brothers are like all up in the technology. Y'all run circles around me. But because they negated you and Yacoba's talents, they lost $14 trillion in GDP. And then in terms of real estate, it's like $10 trillion. It's all about you. Yeah, Sherelle. Don't ever get this story twisted from the beginning to the end. The enmity of his seed and your seed. This is what the story's about. We're waiting for the outcome of that story. All this stuff is the in between. If you fight against what the word says, you're fighting against what the Most High said. He showed us all these prophecies. If you want to believe in the delusion of being woke, and that's, having abortions and the LGBT community and all that stuff. If you want to believe in that woke community, knock yourself out.
Can I respond? Like, can I
knock yourself
like,
out?
people addressing me, they talking to me. It's like, that's crazy.
Knock yourself out, because here's the deal.
I
The
say
Most High already said what's going to happen in Ezekiel 37.
I think
That's your woke.
I think
we're just basically saying, come out of her, my people, so you won't be partakers of our crime.
Okay,
That's all I think we're trying
Come
to
on,
do.
who's that brother that said that? I saw the brother that said that, light skin.
He said
Yeah,
much more than that.
exactly,
I don't
exactly.
know. Like,
Hey y'all,
I don't know how long
we
he's
gonna
been here,
listen,
but he's saying much more than that.
It's getting later, but I want to let LV speak, because what I do want to say is this: we all 50, 40 years old. We got a whole generation that are 23, 25, 22, 21, 19, 18. I'm just going down the list. And what y'all have to realize is what we see, they don't see it right now. Does it make them wrong? No, it doesn't make them wrong. It makes them just their age. And we got to respect them for that. I'm going to be honest, y'all. If I told my daughter right now, let's pack up, leave, go to Africa, she'll look at me sideways. She'll be like, I'll go to Japan if they give me reparation. Because
Sister E, can I
And
ask
Sister
Darby a
E,
question?
what does Deuteronomy tell us? What does Deuteronomy tell us?
I know how to raise
As
my child.
elders, what are
Don,
we supposed to
I'm
do?
gonna kick you to the goo if you don't stop and you don't let me finish my point. Because what you're doing is taking away from them being young. Don P, you were young once. Elder Wiggins, you was young once. Eric, you were young once. You everybody on this panel was young once.
Guess what I did?
And then guess what? All of us had dreams and aspirations.
Guess
We
what I
all
did?
had. Let me finish, Don P.
Okay, sis.
We all had dreams and aspirations, and I just don't like how I don't like how we are belittling them. I'm not saying we're doing that, but I'm not going to belittle them, because again, they have to grow, and it's not being rebellious. They're just living life. If they don't agree with Africa, if they don't agree with what we're saying right now, that's not being rebellious. They just don't agree. And
I don't agree with
Can
you.
I ask Don P a question?
I don't agree with you, sis. Go ahead and ask me the question so I can agree with sis.
Finish.
Disagree with sis.
You can
Ask me the question so I can disagree with sis after that.
Don P, I'm gonna take you down to the Google. Okay, I'm gonna finish what I'm saying. But what I'm not gonna do is for let people sit here and insult young people when they are good kids. When these kids are out here doing what we were doing at one time. They getting out here and grounded, and then we getting old and saying, well, forget about all that. Y'all ain't got the experience. Then they looking at us like, y'all got an opportunity to experience it. Why can't we? If I want to go to college, if I want to do this, the word tells us also to plant vineyards here and live life until he says it's time to bounce.
I don't think we're really saying that, Sister E. I think we're saying more like what Eric said.
No. I agree with him because Eric was hitting on the point. We were in agreement. I don't know who the other guy is, but it's like he's taking what I'm saying somewhere else.
But let me finish this. Let me say this, and I'm finished because I've been quiet. But what I won't do is allow people to attack young people because they don't see the going to Africa. They don't see because it's going to get to the point where we all gonna probably have to go. If it be Africa, if it be wherever, we're all gonna have to come. But we got to occupy till he comes. When he comes,
we agree with that, Sister E.
No, I'm just saying in general. It's just certain things that I'm hearing. I'm not saying y'all are disagreeing, but I'm just hearing little pop shots like they're stupid. Young people are not stupid. They just got to grow. I don't like when people do that. They're not dumb. They're just living life and they're developing. They're acting their age. Let's say that. They're acting their age.
Sister E, can I respond really quickly? Just really quickly. Listen, I agree with you. And I want you to come off mic and say if I'm wrong. Every single point in which you said, hey, the chat said we need to get back to the point. We need to drop this and get back to the point. Have I not followed suit or protocol?
You have followed suit and protocol.
Because I see the bigger picture of our unity. I could say what I have my own channel where I ramble, as do we all. But the point is, when you see the bigger picture, you fall in line. And you have these boundaries and points to where we understand maybe we see the bigger picture, but we're at different phases. And that's why I agree with you. You would be a fool to not think that I wouldn't, in some degree, represent 20-year-olds to 35-year-olds on at least some type of respectable level. I don't know where y'all from, but the people who my age and a little bit younger, they talk crazy. They don't have respect. They don't care about what you're talking about. And I come into these forums to speak with people who I'll be like, you know what? Man, Teo really saying something. Yakuba really talking that talk. Eric is really touching base with me. Let me give him the benefit of the doubt within this conversation so we can reach some type of ground. And I know it may seem like preposterous that young people think like this, but there are some that do. So I'm listening. I'm not missing the point. But our younger generation, they're ignorant. And the people that dominate, they use the things that are for a fact the truth, but they make you ignorant to it. While we fighting over here talking about this, that, and the third. Dumb shit. Not everything y'all said was dumb, but there is a person on the stage that's talking that nonsense. I ain't even gonna lie.
But that's my whole point, that it's not that they're acting their age. My daughter's 22, acting how a 22-year-old should act. She's going to college. She has a job. She's trying to get through school. She's worried about classes. She's worried about passing. She's worried about if I'm late for work, they gonna, I ain't gonna make my tips. These are the things that she is. That's where her mind is wrapped right now. Because I'm sitting here talking about the truth of who we are. She knows who we are. She knows she's Israel. But that her mindset ain't, let me pack my stuff and go to Africa. Her mindset is, I need to pass this semester. Does that make them ignorant? No, that makes them act the way that they're supposed to act. Yes,
But you know what, Sister E, you right. Because my, you know, I have a boy. He the same way. He don't care about none of that, right? But at the same time, I'm gonna tell you, is people like LV that's the hope for the future. Because why?
Right.
We
Brother Yacoba.
yeah, because you know, people like me and Eric can tell you, you know, we don't have that energy and that strength to be the warriors anymore, right? We the generals, right? We can't be on the front line, but they can be on the front lines. And I think the issue is, at least the way I see it, is that the kids today don't know that they're in the midst of a war. So they're going to a field and they think they're about to go to a barbecue because their little white friends invited them and their little Chinese friends, but they don't realize that the barbecue turned into a battlefield and you're going there unarmed because you don't realize that the barbecue didn't turn into a battlefield. And so we are trying to tell you it's dangerous for you all, and you can't trust these people. And you, as some used to say, keep your head on the swivel because they're plotting.
And keep one eye open.
So listen, I totally agree with you, but I think where me and you will agree is we cannot for certain say where the attack is coming from. Basically, no, that's not the best way to frame it. What I'm saying is you have your knowledge point. Like you said, we're on the front line, but we don't know what the end looks like. We don't know what the fulfillment looks like. So you're trying to figure it out, and we're trying to figure it out. The problem is when we have these dialogues, some of us speak like we know what it all looks like.
But you know what the problem is?
Well, we have the scriptures, don't we?
Go ahead. And I'm not saying everybody, don't take that disrespectful, but some do. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I was going to say that the problem is, and I've noticed this with our people because we're good-hearted people, is that the problem is that they never come to you. Like when I was young and we used to fight, we used to have to push on each other 3 times and then we fight. They don't confront you face to face. Now they're attacking you through proxy, through the food, through the air, through the water, through the music, through the spiritual worship, right? The misteaching of the scriptures, and so they're hitting us from all these angles, and we're trying to tell y'all, say, look, it's not what you think it is. They're not as cool as they appear to be. Because guess what? One thing we learned: they always on code. No matter how much cool they are, how much they love you, in the end they're gonna be on code, and they're gonna be against you because they're gonna support white supremacy.
Just 20 seconds. 20 seconds. I'm up, please. 20 seconds.
And then y'all let Eric have it because Eric next. He has been patiently waiting.
And I apologize if I'm being long-winded. I agree with you. My thing is, you know, there's a generational gap, right? I guess I'm younger than y'all. When you went to school, maybe you typed the number in a keypad in order to get school lunch, right? When I went to school, we had a card that we swiped. The next generation has a QR code to scan. Yes, all 3 of us are going through the same form of assimilation, but it come in different facets. So yes, you're telling me the truth, but the way it's being presented to me is different than the way it was brought to you. So yes, you see it in your wisdom. I get you because you're saying look at the principle of it. But a young person in the moment, he doesn't, like you guys acknowledge, he doesn't have the experience to see that. What I'm saying is we need to build, us as the older guys, we need to build our influence up in order to reach these people and give them those points to where they can be on point, or give them those building blocks to where they can be on point. As I said, for instance, your YouTube channel, I've watched it. It's very informative, and I feel like I'm in a better place, or I know what's happening more than I did, a year ago because I've watched it. That's due to your influence and you participating in what you would call the matrix. I don't care what you use it online for. That is the matrix. Some of us use it for good, others use it for evil.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You know what? I want to say this, Sister E,
Don P, let me just say this
Brother
and then I'll let you
Yakoba.
go.
Hold up, brother. Don't cut me off.
Now,
Eric was
Eric,
next.
Brother Yakoba
Eric was
and
next.
Brother
was next,
Tayu.
my guy.
Eric was next.
Eric was next, my guy.
yes, Eric is next.
Yeah, Don P, just one moment, and I'm done. LV, Brother Yakoba, Sister E, you guys are right on point. My son, he went to school for criminal justice. He got his degree. He then decided he don't want to be a cop no more, right? He then decided he want to follow after his mother in the medical field. So now he wants to be an anesthesiologist. Okay, cool. It ain't no easy on my pocket, but you gotta let these young people make their choice.
Yes.
Right?
They head.
That's so Don P. I don't want you to think there's no contention between me and you. I believe
No, Brother Eric, I'm sorry. I didn't. I mean, no harm with you, brother. I love you, brother. Please believe it.
respect. I believe in repairing the breaches. I believe in standing in the gap for each other. I believe in being a peacemaker. We don't need to let our enemies keep doing the work for them. You dig? We got too much. We attacked. We being attacked on all fronts, on every side. We have no peace. So if anybody's gonna have to say, you know what, enough is enough. We're gonna stand together no matter what. They may kill us all, but they're gonna kill us together. They're gonna slaughter us together. They're not gonna just pick us off here and here because we at odds with one each other. There's no way we can stand. At least if we stick together, we got a chance. Yeah. And I'm done.
Agreed.
What I was going to say was when I was addressing Sister E and Brother Yakoba and Brother Tayu is, the fact that they're in technology and their age and the generation they're in. You can expect somebody who is 20 years your junior to understand the original program and all the upgrades and so forth that have gone on over the last 20, 25 years that you've been in existence, and now they have this, 11.3 when you were born into 2.3. They don't understand everything that has happened in between that. And so when you have these people coming up talking about, oh, this and that and the other, yes, but what you need to understand is the generations, the versions, and the upgrades that you've missed. You might need to get some wisdom from that. Oh, well, the reason you're experiencing the problem in 11.3 is because in 9.2, and if that wasn't corrected in the version you have, then we're still going to have these problems.
Can I respond really quickly?
Can I chime in after
Wait,
Don?
just 20 seconds, if that. The brother speaks about generations. Generations are useless if you cannot streamline information.
Correct.
Right.
Exactly.
The whole wait one second, because I'm talking now. Let's get to the meat and potatoes, because that's the real problem why we can't get the job done, because we can't agree to disagree. That has a lot of forms. Power is information, and what do we use to send information from your experience to the next person? The whole goal is for you to get the point without going through it. We save time.
No, it's the programmer that corrected the program that was dysfunctional.
But what he's saying is, even the thing is this, he said, in order for us to communicate, we have to learn how to streamline or communicate in a unified way, and not just
No,
it's the end user to
You
understand
literally just
the
said no. That's
corrections.
crazy.
Listen, if the end user who's using it right now does not
How could you
apply
say no
the
to that and agree
corrections,
to agree to truth? What are you doing?
The thing is this: if you even look at the demographic of this community,
man, I'm almost done.
You should be done.
wait a minute,
Yeah,
everybody.
because you know what? Because there were patches that were put in that you didn't apply to your application, so your operating software is debunked.
You
But
cannot
we
speak
didn't.
to
Hold
it.
on
You
one
should have
second.
had the
Hold
correction
on 1 second.
patches. You should have
Go ahead.
applied them when
Hold
they were
on 1
sent to
second.
you.
Brian, go
Hold
ahead.
on 1
And
second.
that's the
We did
difference in
not
the 20
all.
years.
Hold on 1 second. We didn't all get it at the same time. It took us
Correct.
years to grab
But
this.
if you refuse
It
to
took.
apply
Listen,
the
I've been in.
patches,
Listen,
Right,
even with hold on, even with technology, like I stated, I was in it 30 years, over 30 years before the civilian world knew what the internet was. And as far as learning about who the Most High really was, who we really are, I didn't learn that until I was 40. I'm 56. Now I got it early. I got it in 2009. But some of us didn't get it till the the jabby jab came out. Some of us got it around then. Everybody is not going to get it at one time. I have a 18-year-old daughter right now, and I talked to her about this, and she's like, "Daddy, okay, when it's time to go, we'll go. But right now, I got to graduate from high school. Right now, I have volleyball games. Right now, I have this, I have that." And we have to listen to the young man. Listen to him and hear it out. Hear them out. We're just jumping the gun and jumping on this guy, and he's telling us how he feels and what he
it's not
Hey,
about how he feels, brother.
Brian,
It's
I
not
want to
about
respond to
how
you.
he
Wait, no.
feels. It's about the truth.
Okay, but the
You can
truth
feel
is,
all kind of different
But the
ways.
truth,
the
okay.
truth is, Brian.
Well, how long
Let
does
me
it
talk
take to
with.
get the truth, Don? How long does it take to get the
It's
truth?
not about how you
Brian.
feel.
Oh
Do
my.
you
Okay,
understand
Brian,
that?
I'm gonna mute myself. I'm
Do you
sorry.
let
understand
me
that?
ask. Let me
It's
ask
not about
Brian a
how you
question.
feel.
Okay, but I want to ask Brian a question. Brian,
Yes, sir.
you said you're 56, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you going to your daughter's volleyball game?
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. That's the white man's sport. He wants your daughter in short skirts.
What does that have to do with anything?
Please stop interrupting
What does that
people.
have to do with anything?
Like, come on.
What does that have to do with anything?
This is what Brian is talking about. Let me speak. I'm not even dominating the mic. Relax. Brian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, young man.
And please don't be offensive if I'm yelling. I'm just a little hype right now. But it's because we're approaching truth. I get hyped when truth is around. Don't get it twisted. You said that you're going to go to your daughter's volleyball game, correct?
That's correct.
You 56 and you got the truth, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But somebody says that's the white man's trick. He wants to slut your daughter out and put her on the camera. He wants her to have white little shorts. But that's all circumstantial BS in comparison to what family is and what it means to their development. I'm sorry I'm yelling.
He just being, but the thing
What's your point? What's your point?
What's my
point?
Hold on.
What?
Yeah, that's the thing. You
His
got a
point
lot of
is-
hyperbole, but you have no point.
Let me say this, y'all. Can I say this really quick? I understand what LV, and then Brian, you can chime in. I understand what LV is saying. We can teach them the truth, but they still live life. We still live life. I hate to say it. While we all up here, talking about truth and all this, every single one of us get up and go to work every day. Every single one of us go to the grocery store every day. Every single one of us might even go to a party here and there. I hang out. I still go to the movies. I have a glass of wine. Yes, I do. Sister have had a glass. Well, haven't had one tonight, but I'm having a glass of wine. Oh my goodness. Because I'm living a normal life. Because I know the truth don't mean I'm gonna lock myself in this room and say, okay, so what I'm gonna do next? Am I doing this? Am I packing? I'm just when the Most High says go, I'm out. When He says do this, I'm do it. I'm finna go. I'm gonna hear Him and I'm gonna do exactly what He said. That's the same with the same thing with these young people. These young people.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem, Sister E. And I understand where you're coming from. But here's the problem. Everything that's happening in this world, and it's just like I said way back before 2019, is because of the awakening. This World War III that we're in right now is because of the awakening. Right, the move to the new currency and the fast forward to the global United Nations world governmental system with the AI and all of this stuff and the aliens in the water is all because of the awakening, right? So my point being is you might not be awake. You might be a little teenager or a young girl, young boy going to school and living your life and playing basketball and volleyball. But still, guess what? World War III still hanging over your head like a sword of Damocles, and you have no idea why, and that you're the reason of it. That's all I gotta say.
We do know why. It's because Israel disobeyed. Like to even bring about the notion that nobody knows. No, we do know.
No, Pre, you know, they don't know. You know, they don't know.
Well,
that's the difference.
We're in the conversation. No, I get what you're saying. This conversation
thing
will precede us, but in this moment, for the people that's on the panel, we know.
And the interesting thing is being in this community. One thing I pay attention is how we operate as individuals, and then how people operate as parents. And I kind of one thing I did pay attention to over this weekend. It was this weekend we had the event. Everybody understood that there was truth there, but one thing I did notice is people didn't stop living. The kids didn't stop playing. Their kids didn't stop being kids. And the thing is, I understand what you're saying, Jacob. I really do understand. Yes, we getting ready to go to World War III. We getting ready to do this, but yet and still, we can't make it seem as if these young people don't see it, but they gonna stop and say, "Oh, we getting ready to go to war." They say, "Okay, we want to war, but I still gotta go to work." I still gotta go do this. I still gotta do this. This is just life. But I just don't like when people belittle them like they're ignorant and they're stupid. No, they're not. They're acting their age. Ignorant
Well,
and
Sister E, yeah, I think we just need we're calling on them to be streetwise concerning these events. Other than that, what you're saying is right. They should live their life, but be streetwise, because the kid that walks down the street thinking there's nothing's going to happen to him, not knowing the neighborhood he's in, he's going to wish he knew everything about that neighborhood before.
Let's let me say this.
Oh my gosh!
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Give me 2 more minutes, and I'm finna shut up and let y'all have it. But yet and still, yes, they need to be streetwise, and they're being streetwise. But yet and still, we still gotta let them live life and let them. Long as I look at it like this, as long as my daughter ain't out here on the pole and rejecting the Messiah and acting a fool, and I got to go to jail, go to the jail to go pick her up. As long as I ain't got to deal with that, I'm at peace. She knows the truth, but I don't want. There are things that I'm more so worried about than her knowing. I want her to know who she is, but I also want her to know who the Messiah is. She understands the Messiah, and she walks in the truth of the Messiah and who he is. The rest of the stuff, if you walk in that alone, he's gonna give you guidance and say, "Pay attention to this, beloved." I can show her, but yet he still has to show her. I can't be a God to her. He is a God to her. And I'm a nurturer as a mother and say, look, pay attention to this, pay attention to this, pay attention. But as far as truly kicking in, it was the most high that kicked in for every single one of us on this panel. We all ran across some truth. We saw some people that was teaching us truth. But who really woke us up? It wasn't us. It was him. He's going to do the same to them.
It's Sister E. And I'm going to leave to us like 2 in the morning. I'm just going to be real. The so-called enemy, he's amongst us. Let's just take what the Bible says. At least 1/3 is going to fall away. How many people's on stage? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What's 1/3 of 8? That means at least 2 people on stage is talking that nonsense. But you say, no, don't be a skeptic. What is a lie if it's not closely embedded with the truth? The devil don't just move off some nonsense. He moved closely with what is right. That's the trick. There's a reason why I'm a skeptic. Yeah, there's a lot of brothers on stage. I've acknowledged them a couple times. They talking that talk. But there's at least one or two, I'm not buying it. I love this platform, but I know nonsense when I see it, and it's closely embedded with what looks like the truth. I'll talk to me about, I don't know, about pain, hurt, the Bible.
And the thing is this, I think people are taking it as, oh, Sister E, your baby and your daughter. No, I'm not. I kick her up butt every day and say, go out here and live life, learn how to live, learn how to survive. I ain't got to stand behind you. No, I'm not taking you to work. Catch the train. You know how to do this. I'm teaching her life, how to live life. But I'm not going to sit here and say, go run and hide in the basement because, oh, hell is finna break loose. She knows hell is
Let
going
me
to
ask you this. Let me ask you this, Sister E. So if you knew you was in a, let's say, an older civilization where you know that you have an enemy state across the street, right? And your group of people, your tribes and stuff, y'all, you're gonna go to war against these people, right? It's just that right now things are sort of calm on your end. What do? You prepare her and train her how to fight. You train her how to be aware. You try to train her, how to recognize the enemy and how to deal with the enemy when you see them and how the enemy moves. And that's what we're saying, that our people are like little lemmings, right? They like little newborn babes who just trust everybody and suck a bottle from anybody who give it to them. And we're like, no, you can't do that because you don't understand. That's your enemy. And see, that's the problem. I think that's the biggest problem. We don't realize these people are our enemy. Did not the scriptures say that we will be in the land of our enemies, not our friends, but our enemies? But we want to go ahead and marry them, right? Look, most of our kids today, they're marrying not Chinese, not Mexicans. They're marrying white folks. Why? Because they've been brainwashed, right? And so you sort of got to correct that. Say, no, that's your enemy.
Not to bring no
Man, you got to correct these guys that's talking that nonsense. Like, let's be real. You want me to I'm about to leave, Sissy. I love you.
Love you.
I want to respect you like an authority, and I am. But how, when you see these people talking that nonsense, you should have jumped on I'm not gonna say his name. You know you should have.
What's the nonsense?
What Don P was saying when he was straw manning my argument. You guys have admitted that you've seen the true intention in what I was saying, but yet this man still.
See, I'm gonna say that, Pre, for like at least the last 30 minutes. I haven't heard Don attacking you for the last 30 minutes. So
I'm not speaking. Okay, but what about the first 30 minutes? That's
I understand that, but y'all resolved that though.
So, I know, but I needed my elders to represent what was truthful.
And did we not say Eric backed you up? Hold on, Don. Hold on. Eric backed you up. I backed you up. I said that you were right. So I mean, what do you mean?
No, I 100% agree. I'm just showing the point that we need to stand on the principle of truth. You guys did that. And I apologize if I rubbed you wrong, but I'm making a point to the crowd. Yes, what I say sounds strange, but when people come amongst us that circumvent us getting understanding, that needs to be addressed. In my opinion, with in a better fashion, address that man. Because guess what? As the youth, I'm showing nothing but a high level of respect, trying to get my point across. And you letting this man, you're not letting him. I would like for you guys to assist me better in dealing with these guys that circumventing us bridging the gap. And I respect you. And it's
so
not
I
your...
think,
Okay, so now
I think we did. I think. Hold on. I'm gonna let you go, Don. I'm gonna let you. Hold on. 1 second.
Jacob, I need to clarify something.
I know. I'm gonna let you go, Don.
Something.
Okay. All I want to say is, I don't know what more we could have done for you because we said that Pre was right. Right now, as far as anything else, you a man. You 30-something years old. Don a man as well. Men handle business. But we did step on your side and say, hey, Pre was right on that. You were wrong. So maybe y'all should work this out. So I don't know what else we could do about that other than what we did. But that's all I got done.
My thing is this. What is your principle of truth? You said you stood on the principle of truth.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Listen,
Define that, and then we can go from there.
Okay, we'll go from there. The first point where Yakuba agreed with me when I said Russia has sovereignty, and you said I was wrong. He agreed with that.
I didn't say that.
Oh,
you did.
No, I did not.
You did say that.
No, I did not.
Oh my goodness.
All right, I guess Sister E is one
Russia
of those.
does not have sovereignty as a nation.
E, you a hater?
No, I did not, and I'm gonna tell you why I did. I said that because I've been to Russia 5 times. How many times have you been there?
I've been to 12 different countries. I've never been to Russia.
No, I asked you how many times you've been to Russia.
I preference that I've been to 12
How many times have you been to Russia?
Never.
Russia, the country.
Never.
Exactly. So shut up and move on.
What?
Me not having
Exactly. Don't try to play me. Don't try to play me. You've never been to the country, bruh.
Hold on.
So shut up and move on.
No, we're not telling people shut up. I mean, because he hasn't been to Russia.
Because no, you want to talk to me about Russia and Russia policies, and you've never been to the country.
Hey, elders,
Shut
what
up
we
and
doing
move
about
on.
this? Well, okay, elders, what we doing about this?
Excuse me, what? And you can call Dominant Sister E on your channel, but here's the fact: you've never been to Russia, so how are you going to speak on Russia? You've never been to Russia, so how are you going to speak on Russia?
Okay, so here's the thing.
Where you been?
So
where you been?
Germany, Turkey.
I need to go find my old.
Are you military?
Germany, Turkey.
Say, Sister E, there's the power of the mute button now. There's the power of the mute button, Sister E.
You can run your mute button, sister, but the question is this: was he military?
I want to play the music. The thing is, it doesn't matter if he ain't been in the military.
It does matter, Sister E. It does matter.
My passport is very stamped.
But if his passport,
Brother Don, it don't matter, man. It don't matter if he's been to Russia.
He's on there. He's over there on somebody else's dime.
It don't matter.
It don't matter.
He's over there on somebody else's dime.
What are you?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't matter. Look. Let's get past this, fellas. Let's get past this. So, Sister E.
Thank you, Yakoba.
Sister E. Back to the World War III thing, right? Because this is what the whole thing was about, right? Can we get back on topic? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm gonna tell you why it matters to me. Because when I lived overseas, that was always the first fucking question.
Oh no! Now you're.
Can I have a question for the panel?
Okay, now listen out. I've asked everybody.
I have a question for the panel, Sister E. What does the panel think about the 25th Amendment? What do you anyone think it will be? It will be instituted.
When you say instituted, you mean ratified, or like what do you mean by that? Will Biden's administration actually be revoked? I mean, will stay in office, and they use the 25th Amendment to keep that?
You talking about if we go to war, is Biden gonna stay?
Right.
You know what? I did more than you, Don. I kicked him off stage. Goodbye, Don. I'll see you on another live. But with that being said, I don't know. I've been wondering, and I may have to reconvene this conversation. I can give y'all about 30 more minutes, 15 more minutes of my time, and then we can go ahead and close up. We'll do this again. But the thing is this, y'all. I don't know, because the thing is, the president has already been chosen. I think they would have ended up having to keep Biden if the president was not chosen. The president isn't chosen. They can go ahead and still swear him in, I think. And I think Let me
That's
ask.
in January.
Well,
Yeah,
the 25th Amendment, it states basically in an act of war, then they cannot change power. So if something starts like right now, full fledged, then they cannot change power.
No, the
From my
25th Amendment.
understanding.
The 25th Amendment is about if the vice president, if there's a vacancy in the vice presidency.
Okay, well maybe I'm wrong because that was my understanding.
It's about the presidential. It's about the presidential succession process.
So it says that if this is the 25th Amendment, it says that in case of the removal of a president of an office or his death or resignation, the vice president shall become the president. So that's if the president is
It's about secession of the
Okay,
yeah.
well
presidency.
maybe I'm stating the wrong amendment, but I just heard that on a news program, and I
Well,
was
think about it. Well, think about the propaganda. If you heard, let's just say you heard it correctly, it was the 25th Amendment. It's propaganda. Most people aren't going to go and read it. And let's just look at it in this sense. How long ago did you hear that?
let's see, like a day or two ago on several different platforms.
Okay, let's just say it was a pressing matter. How long would it take you to go research it?
It won't take me but a second. I was just wondering though.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
no,
I
no, no.
was.
I get no. There's no fault here. I don't want it to feel like that. What I'm
Okay,
I
no,
think
saying is,
I got you,
yeah,
young lady.
no.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead. I'm sorry. I am gonna look it up because I think that, and this is. Let me go and do some more checking on that because it's something I want to talk about. If
Just
we go to war, what were you getting ready to say, Don? I
no,
mean,
no, 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 no. Go ahead. I
if
apologize.
if we
Bless
go
you.
to war, oh, thank you. If we go to war, and I gotta take Rio outside. He gonna have a heart attack. I'm finna go, but as soon as I said that, he walked right over to me. So if the president, I think that if we go to war, I think they're gonna probably rush Trump's swearing in. I don't think they're gonna keep Biden in office. I gotta look that up. I know that when we do, I think it's either Marshall. Let me look that up. Let me look
Well,
that
you
up.
know, a lot of news stations. Well, I don't really watch mainstream news, but I was just clicking around and I heard Fox, CNN, and then also what is this guy's name? God, he's on Rumble. He sounds real country. I cannot think of his name, but also Steve Ram and Canadian Prepper. But it's another guy. I can't think of his name. He's on Rumble. Desert Storm, some desert something, desert farming or something like that. But he was stating the same thing. So I may be stating the wrong amendment, but they were all, speaking on that. And these are all different platforms.
No, I understand. Like,
I'm getting ready to go to bed, y'all.
So,
yeah, me
so
too.
here's
I'm
the
going to
thing.
bed, brother. Have a good
Yeah,
night.
there's nothing in the Constitution that says that Biden can stay in power. If he does, he'll be usurping power. Trump's still supposed to take over, so that would be the start of a civil war if he tried to do something like that. Because there's nothing in the Constitution that says, even with emergency powers, right, in continuity of government, that he would be able to stay in power. He couldn't do it.
Okay, and that
Because
was my next point. And I was going to state that it would start a civil war immediately.
yeah, that's my whole thing. I'm thinking that they would rush his swearing in, and he would probably, or either it would be, but I doubt if they would keep Trump out because he's already got a cabinet. He's already now. I think it would have been harder if there was no president selected and we hadn't went through the actual president election. Let's say in the middle of Biden's president during his 4 years, something happens before the Republicans got the opportunity to choose someone and go through the actual process of choosing somebody. I think that's the thing that would have left us in limbo. But really, there's no limbo now. It's just a matter of give him a month and he's going to be in office. That's what I'm wondering.
Can I just say this?
Yeah, Eric, go ahead.
If you go to the scriptures, right? You know this country. They make a treaty and break a treaty. That is the history of this country. And the scripture says the beast, the Antichrist, he is going to change laws and change times. Don't think this country is ever going to say, you know what? Let's just stick to our word. They never stuck to their word.
The
So
only-
he could try to stay in office, and it would spark a civil war. The other thing is, I've been saying for a few years now, when number 45 becomes number 47, that is going to be our ticket out of here. How that plays itself out, I don't know. But the first thing he start talking about is deportation. That could be the ships of Tarshish. I don't know. I'm hopeful, but I don't take nothing for granted when it comes to these people. And that's all I want to say.
All right, y'all. Well, I'm gonna go to bed. Don Peters showed out today. And it's been interesting. But again, y'all, we gotta stay tuned to what's going on. Y'all know I love y'all. Chat, y'all know I love y'all. And
we love you too, Sister E.
Yeah,
absolutely. Keep up the good work, Sister E. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. I figure if I don't jump on now, I might not get a chance with Putin and about to hit that switch. So let me go hang out with you for a little bit, brother Yakoba. Keep up the good work. Blessings to the panel. I respect all you brothers. You know me. Let's agree to disagree and stay in love. All right, I gone.
That's it.
And I love my brother, Yakoba. Yakoba sat back and said, I'm finna be quiet because she on a tangent. He could tell I was on a tangent. He got quiet. He's like, oh, no, I'm just
well, just to let y'all.
Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you for coming, Brian.
Thanks, Brother Brian. So I'm going to roll out too. Just let y'all know that Russia deployed 1 megaton warhead ICBM. So they're deploying that out. So we'll see what happens in the next few days. Love y'all. Peace out.
What's gonna happen in the morning? He not ready deployed it. When you say deployed,
that's what they said.
When you say, it's gonna be in the morning. If y'all see me go live at 8:00 in the morning, it's something that happened.
Yeah,
I think all of us go live all at one time. We need to find one destination.
Because Putin had an emergency meeting today with his people, so. I don't know. You're right. We might wake up in the morning and something happens. So I don't know. All right. See y'all. Love y'all. Peace out.
Love y'all. Elder Wiggins. I'm finna go and take my dog outside. He look at me sideways. I love everybody. And I am getting ready to go to bed. I'm finna take my dog outside. And I'll see y'all possibly tomorrow if all hell breaks loose. So much love, family. Have a wonderful Shabbat. Shabbat Shalom.
All different type of information every week. Let me speak. If you subscribe, we're going deep. Love Talk, Sister E. God